but there will be a lot of white. तेल डाल अच्छा So, namaste everyone, and let us start by observing a minute of silence. So, welcome everyone to the third and final day of the 3-day national seminar on the Herald of the Life Divine. And for the first session, we will like to have Dr. Priya Vaidyaji, professor at University of Mumbai, to chair as a chairperson of this session. So, welcome, ma'am. And as our first paper presenter for today, we have Dr. Sachidananda Mishra. Dr. Sachidananda Mishra is an agricultural scientist having a degree in agriculture science. But his passion for literature, especially English literature, led him to pursue masters in English, and then he had his PhD in English. And his thesis is on Sri Aurobindo's magnum opus, that is Savitri, and having retired as a deputy director of agriculture under Odisha government, he teaches English in a private college. He is a bilingual poet, writing both in Odia and English, and is quite passionate about Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. And his paper is titled The Life Divine, the Philosophy of the Future Humanity. So I welcome you, sir. Please present it.
Today we are going to have a very unique session. We have two scholars, and the first presentation, as is rightly stated, is by Dr. Sachidananda Mishra. So I welcome him and I request him to share his thoughts.
I must stand and Supreme Lord, eternal truth, let's obey thee alone and live according to truth. With these words of the mother, we must start. Respected chair, respected Dr. Mahanti, Dr. Sachidananda Mishra, Dr. Gautam Ghosal, and my fellow speakers, the learned audience. When I say the life divine, the philosophy of the future humanity, the philosophy I mean here, a charter, a blueprint, a roadmap. One of the anecdotes I could share with all of you, which I heard from our late Manoj Das. Because sometime during the late 40s, just after India achieved independence, and still there were some British lecturers. In Bombay University, one of the friends of Manoj Das was reading, and he was narrating this to Manoj Das. Once it so happened, a tutorial class was there, and students had already gathered. But the lecturer, the professor, was busy in reading a book, and he was unaware of the arrival of the students, the presence of the students. Then one of the students approached him, "Sir, we have a class now." And then the class started. So when the class ended, out of curiosity, that particular person went to the professor and asked him, "Sir, what was the book you were reading, and you were so engrossed in it that you forgot our presence here? You couldn't notice that we had arrived?" And the professor said, "This is a book titled The Life Divine, and written by some Sri Aurobindo," because he never knew Sri Aurobindo. He was a British professor. So his version was like this: it is a book titled The Life Divine, written by some Sri Aurobindo. After saying this, spontaneously he uttered, "No human being could have written such a book. No human being could have written such a book." And that speaks volumes about the life divine. So let me come to my paper. The word philosophy, it invokes a lot of things, lot of meanings, and particularly a lot of incomprehensibility it invokes whenever we read it. Philosophy, as if it is a forbidden fruit. Not many have the audacity or the courage to reach it, to grasp it, to comprehend it. So many things are there. Of course, there are many definitions. I would like to quote one or two. Diogenes, the Greek philosopher of the BC era, he said in his lives, "He who embraces wisdom is called a philosopher. He who embraces wisdom is called a philosopher." Plato, in his Republic, declares that knowledge of the whole of the vision, knowledge of the whole or the vision of truth is philosophy. The exact words of his are, "The philosophic nature loves eternal and changeless being in its entirety. It follows that the philosopher naturally loves truth." If we accept the Greek way of using the word philosophy, we can unhesitatingly say that a philosopher is a wise man who knows the truth as a whole, or in other words, whose vision of truth is total, harmonious, and integral. In the Greek sense, of course, in the ancient sense, we can say that Sri Aurobindo is a philosopher, a wise man, a rishi, and everything. And a rishi who sees or discovers an inner truth and puts it into self-effective language, the mantra. Of course, this line is from his future poetry. Mantra. Sri Aurobindo says the future poetry must be mantra. And it has three aspects: this intensity of rhythm, intensity of soul searching, and intensity of thought. Well, that is another vista, that is another field. I don't want to go to this, but a philosopher, a wise man, must have this mantra. Whatever his expressions would come, it would come in mantra. And there are others also who consider Sri Aurobindo as a philosopher, particularly this Madam Alexandra David Neil. And once in 1924, she had the audacity, she had the courage to visit Tibet when Tibet was forbidden for foreigners. And she was a naturalist, she was an anarchist, she was a Buddhist, she was a spiritualist, all rolled into one. This David Alexandra Neil, a Belgian French explorer. She also echoed, she also reverberated the same feeling that Sri Aurobindo had a perfect familiarity with the philosophies of India and the West. Sri Aurobindo had the perfect familiarity with the philosophies of India and the West. Of course, this I got from K.R. Srinivas Iyengar's book, Sri Aurobindo, A Biography and History. Well, but Sri Aurobindo himself doesn't.
She was very close associate of the mother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And she had written also about the mother. And of course, Sri Aurobindo had his own reservations about her. But somehow or other, that was the case. But Sri Aurobindo himself says, no, I am not a philosopher. For the last 2-3 days, we have been discussing, and many of my most esteemed and revered speakers, they have echoed this, that yes, Sri Aurobindo never said himself or proclaimed himself as a philosopher. He said, I am primarily, fundamentally a poet. But on himself, while writing a letter to Dilip Rai, he says, and philosophy, let me tell you in confidence, that I never was a philosopher. Although I have written philosophy, which is another story altogether, I knew precious little about philosophy before I did the yoga and came to Pondicherry. I was a poet and a politician, not a philosopher. It is his humility. He declared this, that he was not a philosopher. But by saying this, he has never shunned any philosopher. He has never disregarded any philosopher. Rather, he has defended some. In Savitri, in one of his letters on Savitri, he says, of course, most of his letters were addressed to K.D. Shatna, Amar Kiran. And in one letter, he says, the greater romantic poets did not shun thought. Of course, he gives a new name to philosophy, that is thought. He said the greater romantic poets also never shun philosophy or thought. They thought abundantly, almost endlessly. They have their characteristic view of life, something that one might call their philosophy, their worldview, and they express it. Keats was the most romantic of poets, but he could write, to philosophize, I dare not yet. This is one of the lines of his one of his great works, Epistle to John Hamilton Reynolds. And the total line runs like this: for the world we jostle, but my flag is not unfurled on the admiral staff, and to philosophize I dare not yet. This is the whole line. Of course, Sri Aurobindo quoted this particular phrase, and to philosophize, and to philosophize I dare not yet. He did not write, I am too much of a poet to philosophize. To philosophize he regarded evidently as mounting on the admiral's flagship and flying an almost royal banner, and justifying a poet's right to think as well as to see and feel his right to dare to philosophize. He said, I am not a philosopher. But he says, yes, but I have every right to thought, to philosophy. Whenever somebody writes, naturally philosophy, without his being aware, it will come to his writings. Some philosophy he definitely will write. So here, of course, in his letters of yoga, he has said, philosophy, science, and other branches of academics, they have a common goal. And that common goal is unravel the truth. So at a point, science, philosophy, and everything, they merge into one. Of course, when the first academics started, there are only two subjects, philosophy and literature. And all the pure sciences we are reading now, they used to come under one banner, that is philosophy. Even mathematics, and my learned friends would know that most of the philosophers are basically mathematicians. Your Euclid, your Archimedes, your Bertrand Russell, and there are many philosophers. And Leibniz, integral calculus, who is the inventor of integral calculus. They are all philosophers, latter-day philosophers. So all the pure sciences, of course, now they have, discriminated between these two, philosophy and science. But at a point, they merge into one. So thus comprehended, the life divine stands before us as a monumental storehouse of, we can say, knowledge or thought or philosophy. So that philosophy, which he has elucidated, explicated, or explained in the life divine, has so far eluded most of the philosophers so far born. But while endorsing philosophy to a certain extent, he is somewhat skeptical about the way the Western philosophy drives are. Of course, some of my learned speakers also pointed this out. So he says in the Supramental Manifestation and other writings, it is the weakness of most European philosophy, not the ancient, that it lives too much in the clouds and seeks after pure metaphysical truth too exclusively for its own sake. Therefore, it has been a little barren because much too indirect in its bearing on life. Yes. So Western philosophy has its own limitations. And I can share one of my anecdotes. My director, when I was in the government of Odisha, in the Department of Agriculture, my director used to read a lot of books in philosophy. And R.S. Gopala, and a man from Tamil Nadu. And when I used to ask him, sir, you are reading a lot many philosophies, and what is your view about Western philosophy? He said, you see, Mr. Mishra, I think that the Western philosophy is just rambling. It is just, just moving in darkness. Nothing concrete they get, nothing concrete they reach at, nothing. It's just rambling and rambling and rambling. Well, so this thing, he opens his magnum opus with the human aspiration, and that has been many times emphasized since last 2 days, for the last 2 days. So we must not forget that Sri Aurobindo in his creation gives stress on life. Yes, it is life which is more important for him. And the possibility of the transformation of life human, our Sachidananda Mishra was on the past day was telling life animal, and then life human, and then to life divine. This is a journey, this is a sojourn. So life human into life divine. He points out that the life has manifested in man has a constant aspiration and aspiration for perfection, for God, light, freedom, and truth. That has been already discussed here in this panel in the last 2 days, I think many times over. So through human aspiration, he says, we find the affirmation of higher and deeper experiences. Such affirmation becomes contradicted by the normal experience of man. Man necessarily aspires for perfection, but in actual life, he is far from attaining perfection. This contradiction may appear to us as an argument against the validity of the unrealized ideals. But what seems to be contradictory is not really so. For if you deliberate upon the workings of nature, we come to see that the direct opposition appears rather as part of nature's profoundest method. That direct opposition appears rather as part of nature's profoundest method. This question is from the life divine, which consists in seeking a harmony between the opposites. In the first chapter, we get that it is the problem of harmony. All the problems of existence are essentially the problems of harmony. That has also been discussed here. So there is a problem, and in letters of yoga, Sri Aurobindo describes this harmony, how it could be established. He just gives an example of a concert of an orchestra, where many, skilled players of instruments are there. But if there is a discord, if there is not harmony in between playing the instruments, different instruments, doesn't matter how skilled the players are, and the harmony that will, or the tune that will evolve, will be a very discordant one. So all the instruments must be in harmony. That example he has given to explain what harmony could be. So in this terrestrial evolution, nature always strives to go beyond what is there. It must go beyond whatever is seen, whatever we experience here. And this is how can nature do it? By solving the problem of opposites, the problem of disharmony. The accordance of active life with a material of form in which the condition of activity itself seems to be inertia is one problem of opposites that nature has solved and seeks always to solve better with greater complexities. The accordance of conscious mind and conscious will with a form and a life in themselves, not overtly self-conscious, not overtly self-conscious will is another problem of opposites in which she has produced astonishing results and aims always at higher marvels. This is from Life Divine. So the goal of nature is to work out an ultimate harmony, which can be said to be the manifestation of God in matter. And in no uncertain terms, he has said this in almost all his books, all his creations. 20th century, normally it is called a century of pessimism. And most of the writers, most of the poets, sometimes most of the social thinkers also, they have echoed the same thing, that nothing could be done. And nothing can be, assured to man that you have a divine future. So it is pessimism from, the beginning of the century almost to the last. Because this century, we have seen 2 world wars devastating the whole world almost. And at the same time, the human psyche has been very badly affected. Just to quote a few, W.H. Auden, a great poet of his time, in his poem Age of Anxiety, he says, "Crazed we come and questioned we go. Our wobbling way, there is white silence of antiseptics and instruments at both ends, at the time we take birth and the time we die." So antiseptics and instruments at both ends, but a babel between, and a same surely, same, S-H-A-M-E. So to live, to stay here, it's the same. That is, Auden says. And Sartre is another, Jean-Paul Sartre. Sir can correct me if I go wrong somewhere. Sartre also announced that God is dead to the modern man. And Gauge, one of the characters in his play, La Diable et le Bon Dieu, raves against God in these words: "I implored and begged for a gesture. I addressed my messages to heaven. No response. Heaven does not know even my name. I used to ask myself all the time, what could I possibly be in the eyes of God? Now I know the answer. Nothing. The answer is nothing. God does not see me. God does not hear me. God does not know me. Dost thou see this void above our heads? That is God. The void above our head is God. That means God is nothing." Freud, Sigmund Freud, the great psychologist. Freud regarded the major religions of the world as patently infantile, incongruous with reality. While Karl Marx regarded religion as the sign of the oppressed creature, the opiate of the people, and the false sun which revolves around him when he is not yet fully self-aware. This is what he said about religion and God. Bertrand Russell, he was not lagging behind in, spreading pessimism. And exactly his words from A Free Man's Worship, a book, A Free Man's Worship. It is the topic Free Man's Worship, and this book is Mysticism and Logic. That man is the product of causes which have no prevision of the end they were achieving, that his origins, his growth, his hopes and fears, his loves and his beliefs are but the outcome of accidental collocations of atoms. That no fire, no heroism, no intensity of thought and feeling can preserve the individual life beyond the grave. That all the labors of the ages, all the devotion, all the inspiration, all the noonday brightness of human genius are destined to extinction in the vast depth of the solar system, that the whole temple of man's achievement must inevitably be buried beneath the debris of the universe in ruins. A very bleak prediction. They are, predicting a predicament for the whole humanity. And there are many others. There are many others who sounded this. T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, of course, towards the last part of the Wasteland, he has brought some hope and other things, some positive things. But initially he started with that the whole life, the whole culture, the everything is just a wasteland. But here in this case, only not only this, there are others also, some scientists. They also echoed the same thing, and there have been some researches, particularly a social thinker like Arthur Koestler. He has also said this, and he has endorsed a particular experiment, Papage-MacLean theory of emotions. Papage-MacLean theory of emotions, where 30 years of researches was undertaken. And from that research, they found out that man and the primate's brain is triune. It is a three-layered brain. Man and his close relatives, the primates, their brain is triune. First one is a reptilian brain. And the doctors also admit this. Our brain, human brain, is triune. First layer is a reptilian brain. It is still there, which, is the cause of our instinctive behavior. Then the second one is old mammalian brain, which arose with evolution of early mammals. And this part of the brain is in the control of the stream of feelings, old mammalian brain. And the third one is neocortex, which is specific to human. And this part of the brain controls our stream of thought. So one reptilian brain, second old mammalian brain, and the third one, the neocortex, is a specific brain to human. First one controls our instinctive behavior, and the cause of our instinctive behavior. Second, the second type of brain, the old mammalian brain, is the cause of our stream of feeling. And the third brain, that is the neocortex, it accounts for our stream of thought. And he says it is an evolutionary blunder. Arthur Koestler says this type of brain cannot last long, and a man with this type of brain cannot last long. It is an evolutionary blunder. Koestler says it is an evolutionary blunder. But Sri Aurobindo says we know that mankind is undergoing an evolutionary crisis. Of course, on this point, both of them concur that there is some problem with man. At least, of course, Arthur Koestler's view is something different, and Sri Aurobindo's view is completely different. He says it is an evolutionary blunder, but Sri Aurobindo says it is an evolutionary crisis that man is undergoing right now. And that's why, because so many things have been asked, because Sri Aurobindo has seen 2 world wars, and many questions have been asked to him. How do you predict a divine future? How do you predict a good future for man when all these things are going on? And his usual answer was this: it is because mankind is undergoing an evolutionary crisis. I know, you see, when we see a caterpillar, we cannot think of a butterfly, a beautiful butterfly. But that is what happens. Being an agricultural scientist myself, you see, the insects, they are, very dangerous when they are caterpillars. At caterpillar stage, they do utmost damage to a crop. And when it is time for a caterpillar to turn into a butterfly, it forms a cocoon, remains inside, and without taking any food, that transformation continues inside the cocoon. And when the transformation is complete, you will find a small hole, and this beautiful butterfly will come out of that. And that transformation, that transitional phase is always painful. And it undergoes a lot of pain. If somebody breaks the cocoon, then the insect will die inside. It can't be a full-fledged butterfly. So always the transitional phase is painful. When I was in the government job, this transit leave, sometimes the government used to give us. When we were transferred from one place to another, the transit leave was given because it was a transitional phase for the government employees. Because leaving a place where they are settled for the last some years, then getting settled somewhere else, that period is always normally painful. So that phase we are undergoing. So, in spite of all these pessimism, Sri Aurobindo is optimistic of the fact that man has a divine future. all the upheavals that man is facing now are due to the fact that mankind is undergoing an evolutionary crisis, which is quite contrary to Ghossalar's evolutionary blunders. So according to Sri Aurobindo's vision, because he has accepted this theory of evolution propounded by Charles Darwin. And in 1859, it was published, that book on the origin of species, in 1859. And Sri Aurobindo was born in 1872. Naturally, when he went to England, and while publishing this book, Charles Darwin admitted that this is a book I have published. I think publication of this book is tantamount to my committing suicide. And why did he say so? He said so because he was aware of the fact that this would create a furor. This would create a lot of hue and cry. Particularly the ecclesiastical society, they didn't approve of it. The churches, they were controlling everything. And they couldn't accept that man has come from an animal origin. So he knew that. But whatever he said in that particular book, it was based upon years of research. Years of research. I have that book, this 4 books combined in one, Charles Darwin's. And while I was going through it, it was astonishing really. And Sri Aurobindo accepted that fact, but he had other explanations for that.
Origin of species,
Sir,
or the descent of man. Which of
the origin of this species. So there is a pure spirit. This is what Sri Aurobindo says. There is a pure spirit at the base of all being, revealing itself with ever-increasing degrees of consciousness, from matter to plant to animal to humans, whom, however, Sri Aurobindo does not consider the summit of this creation. Man is not the summit of this creation. Higher stages of evolution will follow, along with beings who will be able to manifest the divine more perfectly than humans, even on the physical plane. In this regard, Sri Aurobindo goes beyond the framework of Indian tradition, presenting a spiritual philosophy of evolution as has never been envisaged before. And emphatically he suggests this when he says, of course, the term involution and evolution have been discussed here in this panel, but I was attentively listening all those deliberations. And in Life Divine, exactly his words are like this. In a sense, the whole of creation may be said to be a movement between 2 involutions. Spirit in which all is involved and out of which all evolves downward to the other pole of matter. Matter in which all is involved and out of which all evolves upwards to the other pole of spirit. So 2 involutions. First involution occurred in the above, where all the aspects of the divine, they came into one. And then Sri Aurobindo says, then devolution started, or downward evolution started. Then another involution took place when spirit emerged in matter. So it's a journey between 2 involutions. And that was his, in many of his books, particularly in Savitri, he says, I saw them cross the twilight of an age, the swan-eyed children of the marvelous dawn, the great creators with wide brows of calm, the massive barrier breakers of the world, and wrestlers with destiny in her lists of will, the laborers in the globe, in the quarries of the gods, the messengers of the incommunicable, and architects of immortality. Immortality. Book 3, Canto 4, the book of the divine life. I saw them cross the twilight of an age. They had forcing this. Yes. A new being is coming up. And everything is predestined, he says. In book 6, Canto 2, one of the finest cantos I love most from the Savitri, the way of fate and the problem of pain. And he has, of course, Savitri is the, is the poetic presentation of the life divine. Whatever we get in the life divine, K.R. Srinivasan Iyengar once said about his 3 magnum opuses, the synthesis of yoga, the life divine, and Savitri. He says that the synthesis of yoga is the, it is the book. Suppose in cricket, how to play cricket, there is a book, right? It is a practice book. Synthesis of Yoga is the practice book. And the theory, the life development. And the dramatic presentation of his Purna Yoga, Integral Yoga is Savitri. He distinguishes these three into these three parts. One part is practice book, second one is theory, and the third, the Savitri, is a dramatic presentation with some characters in that. So, book 6, Canto 2, he says also, the world was not built by random bricks of chance. A blind God is not destiny's architect. A conscious power has drawn the plan of life. There is meaning in each curve and line. Everything is predestined. Whatever happens here, well, after I was telling about this Papage-MacLean theory of emotions, and Arthur Costello also went to this extent that he said, when a patient goes to a doctor and the doctor makes him lay down on his couch, the doctor will find three beings on that couch. At the same time, he will see a crocodile, a reptilian, a horse, old mammalian, and the third is man. So with man, all these two beings, all these two animals are also seen. And that is what our Upanishads say. Dr. Mishra will correct me. Our scriptures say that, isn't it? This animal nature is still within us. And this thing continues really in spite of all this pessimism in 20th century. Two scientific discoveries, they turned upside down in that 20th century also. One is the quantum mechanics. The other day, our Dr. Sivaji Singh was, perhaps on the past day, he was emphasizing this quantum mechanics, Heisenberg's quantum mechanics, and the second is Einstein's theory of relativity. The traditional science almost was forgotten after these two discoveries came into being. First one, quantum theory, quantum mechanics, Heisenberg says, at subatomic level, matter behaves chaotically. Matter behaves chaotically at subatomic level. If matter behaves chaotically at subatomic level, how come the stable is stable, we are stable, and almost we see around us is stable? So far, no solution has come out of that. Come for that. To explain that, why matter behaves chaotically, but still everything is stable. So in apparent chaos, there is a stability, there is an organization, there is a discipline, which the scientists have not been able so far to discover. So that is one. Second one, Einstein's theory of relativity. Einstein says time is not a constant. Time is not absolute. Before that, time was considered to be an absolute. But after that, because he says, he gives a very beautiful examples. Suppose two twins are there. One twin is an astronaut. He went to space. Another twin stayed on this earth. And after 6 months, when that twin returns, if you compare these two twins, the one who went to the space will look younger than his counterpart. It is because the more speed with which you move, time will move slowly. Time does not move. If it is possible to travel with the speed of light, then perhaps time won't move. Time will stand still. And that Mother has, in many ways, she has explained this, the time's view, Mother's view on time. And sometimes I also T.S. Eliot's 4 quartets, time present and time past, are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. That is from his 4 quarters. So all these things, in spite of all the negatives, there are some positives. There are some positives. There are some takeaways from this 20th century experience we can have. And Sri Aurobindo is always of the view that despite all these things, man has a bright future. Man will manifest God. And in between, after the human aspiration to this divine life, the life divine is a great book. Two negations, refusal of the ascetic, and Sir was discussing that on the first day. The refusal of the ascetic, the materialistic denial. Maybe there are obstacles, but this alpha and omega, matters are revealed in the spirit space. Alpha and omega, these are the first and last letters of Greek alphabet. So they must unite, they must come together. Otherwise, our aim, our goal will never be achieved. And problem of evolution, many things are there in the life divine, and many aspects have already been discussed in this panel, and there are still a lot of things are there to discuss. And that is what he says spirituality. Sometimes we sound spirituality as if it is not within our reach. But Sri Aurobindo again in the Life Divine says, spirituality is in its essence an awakening to the inner reality of our being, to a spirit, self, soul, which is other than our mind, life and body. An inner aspiration to know, to feel, to be that, to enter into contact with the greater reality, beyond and pervading the universe, which inhabits also our own being, to be in communion with it and union with it, and a turning, a conversion, a transformation of our whole being as a result of the aspiration, the contact, the union, a growth into or waking into a new becoming, or new being, a new self, a new nature. That is what spirituality is.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
Is some future poetry?
No, it is from Life Divine.
Life Divine.
It is from the Life Divine.
There is an identical passage in future poetry also.
Yes. So he says, if there is an evolution, I think this is the last paragraph of the Life Divine. If there is an evolution in material nature, and if it is an evolution of being with consciousness and life as its two key terms and parts, this fullness of being, fullness of consciousness, fullness of life must be the goal of development towards which we are tending and which will manifest at an early and later stage of our destiny. It is only a matter of time. The self, the spirit, the reality that is disclosing itself out of its past inconscience of life and matter would evolve its complete truth of being and consciousness in that life and matter. It would return to itself, or if its end is an individual, is to return into its absolute, it could make that return also, not through a frustration of life, but through a spiritual completeness of itself in life. Our evolution in the ignorance, with its checkered joy and pain of self-discovery and world discovery, its half-fulfillments, its constant finding and missing, is only our past state. If we fumble, that is the past step. It must lead inevitably towards an evolution in the knowledge, a self-finding and self-unfolding of the spirit, a self-revelation of the divinity in things, in that true power of itself in nature, which is to us still a supernature. This is the last paragraph of the Life Divine, and this is what man is going to be. And this is where man is going to reach. And the entire theme, somebody said, I can't remember, that the theme of Life Divine is progress. We have to progress. If we get stuck somewhere, perhaps that is a temporary phenomenon. It is not permanent. So in this regard, I don't resist my desire to describe one of the episodes of Aitariya Brahman. Brahman is one of the episodes. It is like that. The Prince Rohit, when he heard that his father was ill, he was going to attend his ailing father. But while he was walking, after moving some way, he felt tired and he wanted to come back. He said, no, tomorrow I would come and see my ailing father, but today no, I am feeling tired. At that time, Indra, in the guise of an old Brahmin, came to him, and in 5 slokas, in 5 verses of Sanskrit, he wanted to inculcate the symbolism of progress, the meaning of progress. In the first sloka, he says, Nana Santaya Sri Rasti iti Rohita Susruva, Papa Nusad Varojanaha Indra Ucharata Sakha, Chareviti, Chareviti. O Rohit, a person may have many virtues, many good qualities, but if he is unwilling to move, he cannot be called a Supurush, an Uttam Purush. He cannot be called. And in spite of all the problems, if somebody marches ahead, surges ahead, even also Indra can give him company. Indra himself is saying, Indra can give him company. So Charevati, march ahead, surge ahead. In the second verse, he says, Puspinya Charata Janghe Bhusmuratma Palagrahi Seresya Sarvapapmana Sramena Prapativa Pata Charevati, Charevati. If a man walks, if he is on the move, then his mind, his body, his soul, his everything blossom like flower. As a bud blossoms into flower, all his aspects, all his tenets of his life, they blossom into flower. And if he has done anything wrong in his life, he won't have to face the consequences of those. The sins, papa. He won't face the consequences of those. So march ahead. In the third verse, he says, Aste Bhagavasina Swadhishtati Tishtati Sete Nipodamanasya Charati Charoto Bhaga Charevati Charevati. He who is sleeping, his fate, his destiny is also sleeping. Who has awakened, his destiny is also in that stage. And who is ready to move, his destiny is also in that position. And he who is already on the move, his destiny is also moving. So Charevati, Charevati, march ahead, go ahead. In the fourth sloka, verse of Sanskrit, he says, Kali Sayano Bhavati Sanjihanastu Dwapara Uttishtam Srona Bhavatu Gutam Lampadhyati Charan Charevati, Charevati. He who is who is sleeping is in Kali Yuga. Who has awakened is in Dwapara. Who is ready to move is in Treta, and who is already on the move is in Satya. The concept of 4 yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwapara and Kali. You see how beautifully they have been, packed into one sloka. So Charevati, Charevati, move ahead, go ahead. In the last verse he says, Charanmai Madhuvindati, Charan Madhu Mrudum Marang, Surjasya Pasya Sremanang, Jo Natandrayati Charan, Charevati, Charevati. Charanmai Madhuvindati, Charan Madhu Mrudum Marang. So Rahita, you could ask me, what is the benefit of walking? I could say, this, if you go on walking from this stage, till death, you will be walking. And what more do you want? This is the Madhu, this is the Amrut, this is the nectar of life. You have to go on moving. Surjasya Pasya Sremanam. Look at the sun. From time immemorial, it has been rising in the east and setting in the west. Not for once it has complained of tiredness, exhaustion, or being burnt out. And never he has applied for CL or EL. So let sun be our example, let sun be our ideal. And we have to move ahead, Charevati, Charevati. So we have to move, and our ideal are Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, and the light divine will help us to go a long way. Thank you so much. I am very grateful to this university, particularly Dr. Sachidananda Mishra ji, and to give me some chance, because I am a non-entity, cannot be compared with stalwarts like Dr. Mahanti, Gautam Da, and there are many.
Summarized beautifully.
So, but yes, because I am basically a science graduate, whatever little matter. So whatever little I have. So again, for your questions, my learned audiences, I am really grateful to all of you. Thank you. And if any questions will be there, we'll take up gladly. Thank you so much.
We'll take the questions after the second paper. Is that okay? So, please ask questions and I will give my remarks.
Now, I have, I'm sure there will be others, I'll be very brief. One is something which will be music to the ears of Dr. Mishra. In Hyderabad University, for several years, the toppers in the English department, MA English, have been people from the background of science. BSc Science, they went on to become toppers in English literature also. So this is something for you to know. Second thing is that I'm very fascinated, since you are an agricultural scientist, I'm really fascinated to know the process by which the caterpillar becomes a butterfly. I mean, this is part of our own kind of folklore, scientific folklore. But this transmutation, I would like to know from you. How an ugly caterpillar, which you said is known for its destructive ability, becomes a beautiful butterfly, which is an emblem of freedom and joy. I would like to know from you the scientific process by which it happens. Maybe there is a clue there for the transmutation, transformation of the human to the divine, of the Superman. Secondly, something that has not been discussed here, we have been always saying that Sri Aurobindo was a poet and he was not a philosopher, almost apologetically that he was not a philosopher, like Kant, etc. But I think Sri Aurobindo is also drawing himself from a certain tradition which exists. And that is seen in terms of the celebration of the poets of the dawn, the Romantics, for example. In future poetry, the greatest respect that Sri Aurobindo pays, apart from Shakespeare, of course, is a poet of the like mind, to the poets of the dawn.
Poets of the dawn,
Romantics. Romantics. And among the poets of the dawn, it is not Wordsworth. It is not even Keats, it is Shelley. And Shelley, as Matthew Arnold had said, ineffectual angel beating its wings in the void. So to Sri Aurobindo, Shelley could not go higher. Remember that high, to the skylab. Higher and still and higher. The blue deep empyrean that he touches. Ineffectual. For Sri Aurobindo, the very fact that Shelley is not able to touch the empyrean signifies his uniqueness over Wordsworth and Keats. So, and you come to finally to the important essay by Shelley, Defense of Poetry. And in that essay, important essay, which is not generally discussed in the context of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy and life divine, he says, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. So he's in the future poetry opening chapter, he's talking about mantra and the Vetis. Poet as the seer, and poet as the seer in our own context, Rishi, is very similar to Vetis of Latin tradition. So Vetis of Latin tradition.
Poet Vetis.
Vetis, the poet.
V-A-T-E-S.
V-A-T-E-S, Vetis of Latin stands for seer. And in our own Sanskrit Indian context, Rishi. Rishi and Vetis, according to Sri Aurobindo, are one and the same. And then link that with poet as a legislator of the world. So I think, far from being, having a defensive approach, here is the projection of the uniqueness of the poet. Because he is the poet, he has access to revelation of the kind which is found in life divine. As I was listening to him, I was just trying to formulate an answer which I have not seen so far. I think I got the answer. I don't need to be defensive about Sri Aurobindo, the fact that he was not a philosopher, because there is another alternative tradition that he is drawing upon. The final thing that I want to say, Arthur Koestler. I'm very glad that Dr. Mishra, very important seminar figure, and Sri Aurobindo is aware of Arthur Koestler also, very well known for Darkness at Noon. His critique of the Midnight Talk, yes. Soviet Union, for example, that is very well known. But the fact that he was a critique of the Western civilization, he was a powerful critique of the Western civilization, and it's a tragedy that he is not talked about. Arthur Koestler, I have read Arthur Koestler. And I cannot also help noticing the fact that after a major critique of the Western civilization, he ended his life. He ended his life to suicide. Maybe there was a kind of a despair that he found at the end of the journey, because suicide is not an accidental thing for an intellectual of his caliber. So these thoughts I want to leave to Dr. Mishra. And of course, there will be others, but I want to leave these thoughts. These are the thoughts that came to my mind.
Kind of. Maybe we can assemble a few more thoughts together. Thank you so much, Mishra. Now, especially this query about caterpillar and the butterfly, also we can bring it to life divine. In fact, this symbology, that how do we live life also as a journey of caterpillar and butterfly. And that brings us to also the border crossing engagement that we have talked about so far in philosophy, poetry, anthropology, also to the agriculture.
Yeah.
For example, culture, agriculture, poetry, and spirituality. And you might know, like many such deep wellspring of inspiration, Sri Aurobindo also has inspired a kind of alternative agriculture. A little bit we find in our. And my point is that there is a deep connection between culture, agriculture, and spirituality.
Sriniketan and Shantiniketan.
Which also we find another contemporary of Sri Aurobindo, that is Dr. Steiner. And many resonance between Steiner and spirituality, education. And Steiner also has been an inspiration for a path of agriculture called biodynamic agriculture. So therefore, this agriculture, philosophy, spirituality is so important. My second query is reflecting upon this philosophy in poetry. And it is so much important that not to be apologetic about doing philosophy poetically. And many contemporary philosophers, for example, Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein has a deeply inviting passage. He says, I wish I wrote poetry. And he says, I wish my philosophical treatises were poem. And in some way, if we read philosophical investigations, these lines are like aphorisms, which really inspires us. For example, the last line in the Tractatus, what cannot be said must be left in silence. So therefore, there is a deep border crossing between the poetic and the philosophy. As many philosophers also have done philosophy poetry. Secondly, some philosophers, like Martin Heidegger, how did he philosophize? He philosophized by reading the poetry of Holder, the great German poet. And if you read that the way he reads Holder, that reading itself, his lines are deeply poetic lines. And then he has a very profound sentence that it is not history which is the foundation, but it is poetry which is the foundation of history. Things like it. The third query is that, in terms of, reading Sri Aurobindo and life behind, and pessimism, for example, despair. Now, despair, pessimism, and optimism, at one level, they are not opposed to each other. And for example, the great Antonio Gramsci has a very long statement, pessimism of intellect and optimism of faith. My submission is that Sri Aurobindo's journey, though it's a journey with light, there is also an acknowledgement of darkness. And so my submission is that how do we understand Sri Aurobindo beyond the dualism of pessimism?
Good.
No, it's okay. Already the time is for next speaker, so I'll quickly go through the technicalities that Sir was asking. and how a caterpillar turns into a butterfly. What happens when inside cocoon, you see, nothing is left. After a butterfly comes out from the cocoon, if you open the cocoon, there is nothing left. So the entire body has been transformed. So what happens? It itself secretes a particular liquid. And that what happens immediately, this body will shrink. The caterpillar body will shrink, and it will come to a something of a zygote. That perhaps students of zoology can see zygote, a round thing. Entire body will shrink into round. Then the wings and other things that emerge. And how it is, still it baffles scientists.
Are there parallels to this kind of thing in other species, animal species?
Not really, but yes. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was talking with Dr. Giri. One scientist has conducted an experiment. For example, you see, death is not an inevitability. What Sri Aurobindo says, it has been proved quite, elegantly it has been proved. For example, he conducted an experiment. You see, amoeba, they by cell division they multiply. An amoeba was there, left in a pot of water, in a bucket of water. Next day, 2 amoebae were found. The original amoeba was not there. Instead of it, 2 amoebae were found. Then what about the first amoeba? Did it die? It didn't die. It was transformed to 2 amoebae. So mother also says that next, reproduction will be asexual. After Superman comes into being, the next reproduction will be asexual. And already asexual reproduction is there in the animal. In this world also, asexual reproduction is already happening. It is already happening. So those things are definitely going to happen. And sir,
Arthur
Koestler. I have a book of his Janus. That book I got something. But Arthur Koestler, yes, though he criticized the Western philosophy and Western culture, still he was skeptical about the divine future of a human. As he said, it is an evolutionary blunder, he said. But Sri Aurobindo says, no, it is not evolutionary blunder. It is an evolutionary crisis we undergo. That's what. And I'm afraid not much about Arthur Koestler.
No, I just want to tell you, Professor Professor Nadkarni, very well known as an exponent of Savitri, who unfortunately left too early in his life.
Yes.
And it was a real great tragedy for all of us. He was my professor at the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages. In one of the lectures, he told us that he gave the same example that you did, substratum. Reptilian brain, then the animal brain, ape brain, and the human brain. What Professor Nadkarni said is that not that there are different substratum, but all the 3 are operating at the same time. So he said we don't know at what point in time the reptilian brain is active. So this is a very dangerous kind of a scenario, and which explains much of the human behavior today in the leadership position also.
Yes.
What point in time the ape brain is active, the reptilian brain is active, and the human brain, for example. It really has parallel with what Sri Aurobindo is saying in the Life Divine also. Today in the morning, I must tell you, as a result of this seminar, and the first thing, early dawn, I read, following Aditi's talk, I read The Problem of Life. And I was astonished to find the way Sri Aurobindo is explaining. He says that the battle is not just regard to the body and life and mind, but within the body itself there is a battle, internal battle within the body. In the physical universe also there is an internal battle, vital and the mental itself. So I think there is a parallel out here, what has been really suggested in howsoever a confused manner. But that must be explained. Otherwise, why are we behaving in this manner? Reptilian manner, ape manner, for example, and the human.
Also, the accompanying thing is that this is not our head.
No. But he's trying to understand. He's trying to understand. Of course, he has an answer. And another thing we were about the style, Gautam was looking at his style. He began with one lead sentence. And then he was explaining. I thought he has forgotten the second point. He said, he mentioned that there are 3 things that I want to tell you. Long paragraph. I thought maybe he has forgotten. After 2 longest paragraphs,
The second, yes.
he says, it's incredible. Systematic manner. I think it's a way to learn from him. Or not to forget. We might have forgotten.
He has not lost the sight of his
Yes.
Dr. Giri asked something how with life divine we can go from being a caterpillar to a butterfly.
Yes.
Yes, everything is described there. Sri Aurobindo says us and points us where you are, where we are. Then what to do, in which way to go, and where to reach. Everything, the road map is there. It is a chapter of the future and how to go about it. And one by one, all the things he has described there. The problem of will, the lot of matter, and everything. And serially, normally as human beings, what we face as human beings, all the problems are dealt with serially. And the second query you asked, agriculture, culture, and whatever spirituality.
Yes.
You see, agriculture is the first culture the mankind has known. It is the first culture. And first, our society, our civilization, first civilization is agrarian civilization. You see, our civilization has been, it has been divided into 3 types of civilization. The first civilization started with agriculture, that is agrarian civilization. Then after the industrial revolution in the Europe, we came into this industrial civilization. Now we are in this IT age. This is the age of information. This is 3rd civilization we are undergoing. And here, the civilization, of course, from starting of this, prehistoric age up to this, it has been a beautiful journey. And here, agriculture and culture, they are not discriminated against each other. They are completely merged. And spirituality is a part of culture. How can we say that spirituality is distant from all these things?
And regarding Professor Giri's question on the darkness that we see in Sri Aurobindo's epic and other writings, the point is, Sri Aurobindo does speak of hell, he does speak of darkness, even when we are face to face, in a handshake distance with God, there is a certain blackout. In Shavitri too, there are passages like this. But he knows how to go beyond it. Yes. In the very next canto, he goes beyond it and shows the ways. And all the time there is that force, that linking force, that magnet, which is the world. She puts you up from out of it. So that is the difference between Whitman and Sri Aurobindo, because Whitman has no darkness, he is all the time enlightened. As Yeats complained against Whitman, that Whitman has no, there are darknesses in Whitman, in the poem Sleepers, and which Yeats had missed. In every great poet there are these layers of darkness, but in Sri Aurobindo there are specific ways and instructions, suggestions come out of that.
And Gautam, another thing, this darkness that you're referring to, the darkness in the major prophets, beginning with Ecclesiastes,
Yes.
and Jesus, and Muhammad, for example, the darkness of the night soul. Okay? That is a necessary phase that you have to go through. And I think, it's inevitable in the life of any prophet and avatar to go through the darkness of the night soul. Jesus talks about it. Muhammad in the desert, for example.
Christians call it the sacred darkness.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
So now I invite Dr. Ramaswamy Subramony to present his paper.
And next time you're not going to be defensive. I am an agricultural scientist.
You spoke very well.
Yeah, so very good summary and the example. Lucidity. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Sarojkant Mishra ji, for this wonderful paper. And now we have with us Dr. Ramaswamy Subramony ji. He is the associate professor and head of Department of English at the Madura College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. And he has authored about 10 books, including Paramhamsa, a Vedic Tale, Palakkad Uncle and other short stories, Sri Aurobindo and Telihart the Chardin, a comparative literature, among others. He takes classes on the life divine for the public of Madurai and delivers talks on Sri Aurobindo. And the title of his paper is The Life Divine, the Spiritual Manifesto of Sri Aurobindo. So welcome, sir, and please present us with your paper.
I'll stand.
Okay.
Om Namo Bhagavate. And I thank Sachidananda Mishra ji, ACPR, for inviting me to this institute. And all the luminaries seated here, my pranams to you all, and my pranams to the supramental avatars. 2000 years ago, there is a Tamil Sangam poem, written by Avaya, in which the Chera, Chola, Pandya kings are gathered at a particular place. This is a description of the three kings gathered at a particular place. Avaya describes the setting. And she says, because this yajna was conducted by the Chera king, and Avaya says, this is a great blessing to see the three kings of the Tamil country seated together. And she also says, glory to the Tamil country, glory to the Vedas. And in this yajna that we are conducting here, both Sri Aurobindo, such luminaries seated here, it reminded me of that Sangam poem written 2000 years ago. Now, Kapali Shastri is one of the luminaries in, for all Asta Sri Aurobindo is associated with Sri Aurobindo and Mother. When he came to Pondicherry and met Subramania Bharati, Subramania Bharati showed him one of the recent poems written by, in which, when Kapali Shastri read it, the cave, the secret cave in the heart. And Kapali Shastri said, this is from the Rig Veda. Where did you learn the Rig Veda? And Subramania Bharati said, Maharishi Aurobindo is teaching me the Vedas every day. I go to, this was around 1910, when Sri Aurobindo was residing in the Chettiar house. Only 3 or 4 visited him every day. They were permitted to reside, and Sir Subramania Bharati was one such. And after his association with Sri Aurobindo, it was already, he had read a lot of Vivekananda literature. He was influenced by Swami Vivekananda. Kamalatmanandi of the Ramakrishna at Madurai has written 3-volume book in Tamil of how Swami Vivekananda influenced Subramania Bharati, especially the spiritual and social side. But after his association with Sri Aurobindo, Subramania Bharati's poetry changed completely. He was the father of modern Tamil literature, and also he wrote free verse, the first Tamil to write free verse in Tamil, for which Sri Aurobindo suggested that he read Walt Whitman to get that feel of free verse. Sri Aurobindo also taught him the Vedas. And in return, Subramania Bharati shared with him a lot regarding Tamil literature, which enables Sri Aurobindo to translate Thiruvalluvar, Nammalvar, all the many Tamil writers were translated to in English by Sri Aurobindo. You can find them in the collected works. And you find a difference in the poetry of Subramania Bharati after his association with Sri Aurobindo. That is, he wrote a book after his Pondicherry phase, Veda Rishigalin Kavyangal, that is the poetry of the Vedic Rishis. Another important thing is in 1911, and this is because of his association with Sri Aurobindo. In 1911, Subramania Bharati conducted to a Harijan boy a sacred thread ceremony in 1911. And this Amrita has written in his autobiography that Subramania Bharati took him to Sri Aurobindo's place, and Amrita was from an Orthodox Brahmin Vaishnavite family. And there in Sri Aurobindo's place, he found the cooks, the Dalit cooks. And he found a lot of intermixing, a casteless kind of society, which in 1910-11 was unthinkable. And Subramania Bharati used to tell him to remove his shika, that is the tuft, and come out of that Orthodox Brahminical heritage to which he was born. But Amrita was reluctant in the beginning. And when Amrita was sleeping in a room, Sri Aurobindo told Nalinita, cut the shika. And when morning, when he woke up, there was no shika, which in your Anandamurti said that a century ago, it required a lot of courage for a Brahmin to remove shika. And now it requires a lot of courage for a Brahmin to keep his shika. So, a girl from Burma had already been fixed for him. Big dowry, huge dowry.
Okay, Amrita.
For Amrita.
Amrita.
But there was no shika.
Amrita is the boy.
No, man.
He's the man.
Okay, Amrita.
But there was no shika.
Man.
Okay.
So he was not able to marry her. So he had to come to Sri Aurobindo's ashram for good.
Look at that.
And Amrita says this book was his autobiographical account, was written in 1960. He says in 1910-11, see, now these things are common. 1960 he says these things are common, but in 1910 it was not possible. But that social revolution, the revolutionary ideas that Sri Aurobindo had, because my sir referred to that, it is one of my favorite, non-Hindu spirit of the caste system. Is there in Sri Aurobindo's, and he states in Human Unity as well, that and Foundations of Indian Culture as well, that there is no justification in the present time for practice of untouchability.
And also against smoking.
Yeah.
Smoking is also fine.
So, Subramania Bharati was a different person. It was a transformative experience for him after his his poetry was there's so much shakti in his poetry. He was pouring out, like his guru Kavyaganda, Kapali Shastri's guru Kavyaganda Ganapati Muni wanted to write a poem. He could not. His mind was blocked. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi stared at him the entire night, and he just wrote. It is a famous Sanskrit epic that Kavyaganda Ganapati Muni wrote because Ramana just stared at him. Similarly, Sri Aurobindo's impact on Subramania Bharati has not been studied so far. I have not yet to see any article on it, and Bharati himself did not write about it. So this kind of, in 1914, when he started the Arya, and from 1914 to 1921, those 39 volumes, and his tapasya from 1926 to 1950 in a single room. Nobody has done this in human history.
1914 to
1926 to 1950. the tapasya in that room, to bring the supermind down, the supramental tapasya. Nobody has done this, that tapasya, nobody has done this. He could have merged with Brahman and forgotten the word. He wanted earth to be supramentalized. Now, in Madurai, I have been since January 2014 conducting life divine classes for the public. 15 regularly attend. It is in simple Tamil. And explaining Sri Aurobindo is very difficult because those who come, they have bhakti for mother. They come. So one has to explain in simple Tamil, in anecdotes from the Gospel of Ramakrishna, from Ramakrishna literature, Vivekananda literature. So when I teach life divine, I link it with mother's everyday mother's literature, that 17 volumes, question and answers, that is amazing. And question and answers, and then mother's agenda, then Ramakrishna literature, Vivekananda literature, and then everyday mother has given us lots of tips about how to lead everyday life, how to deal with people, the technique, how to improve the techniques of living. So making it practical. Swami Vivekananda talked about practical Vedanta. Now Sri Aurobindo, Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga is not an escape from life. It is divinizing life. A divine life in a divine body. This is what Mother said about Sri Aurobindo. When Spiritual History of India project was conceived, and Mother said, no, it won't do. It's not to be done that way. You should begin. They wrote in that Spiritual History of India, in that project, that in the ashram, that Sri Aurobindo is the culmination of Indian spirituality. Mother said, this won't do. You were trying to show the continuity of history with Sri Aurobindo as the outcome, the culmination. It is false entirely. Sri Aurobindo does not belong to history. He is outside and beyond history. Till the birth of Sri Aurobindo, religions and spiritualities were always centered around past figures. They were showing us the goal, the negation of life upon earth. So you had a choice between two alternatives. Either a life in this world with its round of petty pleasures and pains, joys and sufferings, threatened by hell if we were not behaving properly, or an escape into world, heaven, nirvana, moksha. Between these two, there is nothing much to choose. They are equally bad. Sri Aurobindo has taught us this was a fundamental mistake which accounts for the weakness and degradation of India. Buddhism, Jainism, illusionism were sufficient to sap all energy out of the country. True, India is the only place in the world which is still aware that something else than matter exists. The other countries have forgotten it. Europe, America, and elsewhere. That is why she still has a message to preserve and deliver to the world. But at present, she is splashing and floundering in the muddle. Sri Aurobindo has shown that truth does not lie in running away from earthly life, but in remaining in it, to transform it, divinize it, so that the divine can manifest here in this physical world. You should say all this at the first sitting. You should be square and frank like that. And when this is told strongly, squarely, and there's no doubt about it, you can go and amuse them with the history of religions and religious or spiritual leaders. Then and then only you will be able to show the seeds of weakness and falsehood that they have harbored and proclaimed. And then only you will be able to discern from time to time, from place to place, an intuition that something else is possible. In the Vedas, for instance, in the injunction to descend deep into the cave of Panis, in the Tantras also, a little light is burning. 31st March 1967, collected works of Mother.
Very good.
So, we had the path of Shankara, that Brahman alone is truth and the world is false. That has controlled our philosophical traditions for a long time. And that is challenged by Sri Aurobindo, the Life Divine. It says, going back to Sarvam Kalidam Brahma, everything is divine. This world is not false. It is our mother says, the world is not false. It is our vision that is false. The world is not false. Our vision is false. Shankara probably, the afternoon sun, when you look at the sun, it is so bright in the afternoon. And when you look at the world, it is dark. Probably when he had the experience of the divine, the world appeared false for him. Sri Aurobindo says that the world is not false and the world is divine. His goal was a divine life in a divine body. The evolution of consciousness and involution of consciousness that he had propounded in the Life Divine. The Arya 39 volumes, we have the Life Divine, Foundations of Indian Culture, Synthesis of Yoga, Essays on the Gita, Human Unity, Human Cycle, War and Self-Determination. All these, nobody after Shakespeare, he is the greatest writer in English, as Sir often, Gautam often says. And the tapas that he has done, nobody has done in human. It's a supreme sacrifice. Mother said, had earth consciousness been more receptive, then there was no need for Sri Aurobindo to make that supreme sacrifice in 1950. Now, in Foundations of Indian Culture, what we call as post-colonial studies now, we challenge that Western hegemony. William Archer's critique of India was challenged by what it was he who inaugurated this post-colonial studies, Sri Aurobindo, in Foundations of Indian Culture, challenging Western hegemony and all the criticism that has been laid on Indian culture. They have been answered by Sri Aurobindo in that, which I teach for MA. I've been teaching that for 7 years, Foundations of Indian Culture. And but he is highly critical of certain aspects of India. He does not romanticize, like Swami Vivekananda, he does not romanticize the past. He is critical of certain things. He had a soft corner for the subaltern, like Vivekananda. Vivekananda said, our religion is in the kitchen. Our religion is in the cooking pot. Our religion is don't touch me. Sri Aurobindo himself has been very progressive in his ideas about India, in Foundations of Indian Culture, humans. At the same time, he defends the strength of India, the spiritual strength of India. And so, in the Foundations of Indian Culture, then the Secret of the Veda, he differs from Sayanacharya's ritualistic interpretation of the Vedas. And somewhere Sri Aurobindo states that during the invasions, our Vedanta went from the hands of the Kshatriyas to the Brahmins. And the sannyasi temperament was added to it. And we have to recover that Kshatriya zeal again. Because Upanishads was the heritage of the Kshatriyas.
Who says, Swami?
Yes, Sri Aurobindo says. And Vedas also, Sayanacharya gave a very ritualistic Brahminical interpretation of the Vedas. And Sri Aurobindo recovered the original meaning of the Vedas. In the first chapter itself, he says, like so many people, he came to the deep south, believing in the Aryan invasion theory. But when he came to the south and moved with people and studied the Vedas, that concept he understood was false. There was no Aryan race or Dravidian race. When that word Arya, he says, that he used was not a race. And that meaning is given in the first issue of Arya, which has been studied by all of us. What is the meaning of the word Arya? It is a very spiritual meaning that he gives. It is not a reference to any particular race. So the word is often misunderstood. And the first chapter of Secret of the Veda is extremely valuable in countering this false pseudo-Dravidian theory. And he has given us a mystic interpretation of the Vedas. And Gautam Da once posted that he has taken the Vedas to the humanity, he said, which I love that a lot, because it was it was a preserve of a particular sect. Sri Aurobindo took it. Vivekananda started the process of taking Vedanta to humanity. Sri Aurobindo took the Vedas to humanity. Even about secret to the Veda, Sri Aurobindo's interview. All of us should. This is I quote from his Secret of the Veda. He encourages us to develop the critical inquiry and not to be sectarian. And he encourages not to fall into the trappings of religion. And it is important, he says, to understand that Bhagavad Gita is beyond Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, Dvaita. It contains everything. And Bhagavad Gita is it has a very holistic, unifying vision. And the Gita's philosophy, the timelessness of its philosophy. There are certain sections in it, he says, which are limited to time. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to say, Mughal coins have no relevance in East India Company's times. Smriti keeps changing. And eternal Smriti keeps changing. So he says the timeless message of the Bhagavad Gita has to be preserved. The Smriti element we can ignore. But the Shruti element, the timeless element, that has to. And in the first chapter of his essays on Gita, he calls for critical inquiry. He says we should not fall into the trapping sectarian trappings. We should have a broad-minded, holistic, unifying vision, a critical insight. No, this modern thought along with ancient wisdom. We encounter in Sri Aurobindo ancient wisdom and modern thought. And this kind of interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita has not been given before at all. He says in the Life Divine, the Acharyas, the three Acharyas, they had already decided, this Vivekananda also says something. They had already decided that Gita is an Advaitic text, a Vishishta Advaitic text, a Dvaitic text, and they twist it according to their ideology. But Sri Aurobindo's essays on the Gita goes beyond all these sectarian divisions. And he has taken the Gita to humanity. Mother says after Sri Aurobindo's essays on Gita, the Gita has acquired a new pose. That is true. After Sri Aurobindo's essays on Gita, we have Swami Shivananda's Gita, Swami Chinmaya's Gita, Swami Dayananda Saraswati's Gita, so many Gitas. Many have been derived essentially from Sri Aurobindo. And Gita became so popular in the 20th century. It was Sri Aurobindo who gave that force to the Bhagavad Gita and made it a household text. And his Upanishads, his commentaries on the Upanishads, there's so much Shakti in those commentaries. So, while teaching the students foundations of Indian culture, at their level, we can teach them the patriotic, nationalist, spiritual elements in that book. Because at that level, we have to develop that nation building, character building, man making education that Swami Vivekananda talked about. But when I take classes in the Life Divine for the public, it has to be elucidated by simple stories from Vedanta, because those who come, they don't have that, they don't come with that kind of baggage of knowledge of Vedanta. And the Life Divine especially is a very difficult text, but it is a great, Life Divine, Savitri, they are the greatest books ever written. He does not, Sri Aurobindo does not reject anything in that. In the beginning, he salutes matter. Generally, spirituality, we have been taught, right from the beginning, that reject matter.
Yes.
Renounce. This world is a Maya. But this has been drilled deep within us. Sri Aurobindo states that one of the greatest mistakes that India did was it neglected matter. India neglected matter. And he salutes matter. He salutes the scientist. He says the atheist is God playing hide and seek. Who can say this? The atheist is God. In Thoughts on Aphorisms it comes. The atheist is God playing hide and seek. Mother herself says atheism will be there so long as pseudo religion and pseudo spirituality are there. Atheism will be there, she says. This is amazing. This gives us a kind of insight into we encounter all these things. How do we negotiate in our everyday life? All these things. And he salutes the atheist. And he salutes matter. Says matter is required. Rationality is required. Agnosticism is required. The spirit of inquiry is required. For evolution, they are intermediate steps. They should not be bypassed. But unfortunately, he said the acharyas, whether it is Advaita, Vishishtadvaita, Advaita, they indulge in intellectual battles. But he says intuition is required, not this intellectual battle. See, a Madras Brahmin, Swami Vivekananda was talking so much. A Madras Brahmin immediately stood up and said, which Shastra says this? Vivekananda responded, I, Vivekananda, says this. This is there in a small note by Sri Aurobindo that, he refers to this and says, Sri Aurobindo says, that person asked him, which Bhasha of Acharya Shankar is this? Which Bhasha of Acharya Shankar? And Vivekananda replied, and I, Vivekananda, say this. And then Sri Aurobindo knows this, with this one sentence, Vivekananda refutes the great Dravidian. You remember that, sir? He refers to Acharya Shankara as the great Dravidian. It is there in a footnote of Sri Aurobindo. So, all these battles, Sri Aurobindo says that did disservice to Vedanta. He says we have to go back to the Upanishads, the intuitive insights of the Upanishads, not these battles. Whether Advaita is superior, Vishishtadvaita is superior, Advaita is superior. These battles have done disservice to Vedanta, he says. And everything is required in evolution. In evolutionary, matter is required. Mind, he says, is an intermediate step. Yes. We have created a mental civilization, an intellectual civilization. But the intellect is divisive, the mind is divisive. The mind does not create harmony. The mind is the seat of ego consciousness. Ego was the helper, ego is the bar. Ego has brought us to this stage in evolution. Mother said, we have to tell ego, your time is over. Ramana Maharshi, in his famous question, who am I? Nanya. Am I this mind? Am I this body? He says, it is, we identify ourselves with this ego, which itself is false. The ego is false. But we identify ourselves with this body, mind, which is a limited instrument, a limited apparatus. Whereas we are actually the eternal consciousness. For Ramana, ego is false, but for Sri Aurobindo, ego is an intermediate step. Ego is required to some extent, but its time is over. In evolution, its time is over. Just as the ape became man, man will become Superman. Sri Aurobindo states in the Life Divine that if you had shown to the ape, man, this is your future, will the ape believe it? Similarly, if you tell man, what Superman, this is your future, will man believe? No, because we don't have the power to understand Superman. from the ape to man, so the apes were jumping. We lost that ability to jump from trees. That ability we have lost. We know only to run around trees. We don't know how to jump from one tree to another tree. Similarly, from man to Superman, intellect will go, intuition will come. Now we understand through the intellect everything. And intellect is very dangerous. Intellectuals are the greatest threat to society. Ravan was a great intellectual. And but intellect is required for evolution up to this stage. For all the achievements of man are because of the intellect. But it has to go. Sri Aurobindo, his greatness is, he does not reject anything. Nothing is rejected in integral yoga. Everything is in intermediate state. It is required for up to a particular level. But it has to be surmounted. It has to be divinized. Like Gautam Das said in one of his talks, he does not reject Shankara. He takes Shankara to different plane, he says. He does not reject Shankara. He takes Brahman is true, the world is mithya, unreal. Aurobindo says the world is divine. Echoing Yajnavalkya's. Everything is divine. Nothing should be rejected. We rejected matter. That is the problem. India rejected matter. The West rejected the spirit. There should be a union of matter with spirit. And body. About bodies, Sri Aurobindo has written so much. I have a lot of quotations here from Sri Aurobindo, but I'll just give you the gist. Body, Sri Aurobindo's, the body has to be divinized. It is divine life in a divine body. That is why in the ashram, playground, they give a lot of importance to exercise. It is not like an ashram which is, people living in caves. It is like people are active, people are energetic. And he says the Vedic ashrams were like that, Sri Aurobindo says. Buddhism and Advaita, it is they who did. Even he salutes Lord Buddha. He salutes Acharya Shankara. He had a lot of admiration for Buddha. He says a lot of positive things about Buddha. He says a lot of positive things about Shankara. But he says they were partial realizations. And illusionism did a lot of harm. In the sense it became over the period life denying. Our culture became life denying. And around 1000 AD, we were attacked by invaders because India lost her Shakti, therefore Shakti abandoned us. But we did not give up the spirituality, even then it was there in a subterranean way. The Bhakti sayings, all, he describes them in foundations of Indian culture. He refers to the Alvas, the Nine Mars, the Kabir Das, Surdas, the Kashmiri saints, the temple, Srirangam temple he describes. And he describes the Kalahasti temple, the Dravidian architecture. This is such a holistic vision. And so the mind is an intermediate step. And man is an intermediate stage. Mind is not final, man is not final. And there will be further levels of evolution. And this mental civilization that we have created is that is responsible for the disharmony. And for creating harmony, the supramental consciousness is. In normal religion, it is praying to a deity for a favor. Here it is transformation of consciousness, which is beyond religion, which is beyond all narrow divisions. It is, you have to transform our consciousness. Anyone can transform. Anyone, anywhere, any religion can transform. It is not limited to a particular religion, particular sect, a particular country. It is beyond all that. He has written in letters to Dara that this is not limited to a particular religion. Anyone can do that. Who said that you cannot do this? He has written so many letters to disciples. It is just that I am familiar with the Vedic and Upanishadic vocabulary, so I use it. But this transformation of consciousness is meant for humanity. And in this evolution, he says, we are in that animal consciousness, body consciousness, animal consciousness. The evolution of consciousness, you have first the inconscience, then the matter. Matter is also divine. Everything is divine, but the divine is there in a veiled way in all the sections. Matter, then life. In the vital principle, you have jealousy, anger, passion. All these have to be divinized, cleansed. Otherwise, the divine cannot be seated inside us. The vital has to be cleansed. And in the vital, you have ego, you have anger, you have jealousy, you have passion. All these are dangerous, Mother says. And the vital has to be cleansed.
Has to be transformed.
Has to be transformed, divinized. And like the Aegean stables, the Aegean stables, the stables where, the reverse course was changed so that the stables could be cleansed. And surrendering to Sri Aurobindo and Mother would be the easiest way of cleaning the vital. Changing the course and surrendering to the Divine Mother. And mind. And mind is the seat of the ego. And the mind has, about mind, Sri Aurobindo has written a lot. Though mind has taken us to this level, mind is divisive. And we see everything through our surface consciousness. This surface consciousness is limited. We have divine consciousness within us, which we don't have access to because of our ego. The surface consciousness gives us only a partial picture. The supramental consciousness is beyond space and time. But in evolution, it has limited itself to space and time. And we see everything limited by space and time. When we are connected with the supermind, we are beyond space and time. Mother used to draw a lot of paintings. And, she used to just give them to several people. And then they said, why are you giving Mother all this? This thing can be preserved. Mother said, after all, we live in eternity. After all, we live in. So, when we are the divine consciousness, when we are beyond time and space, many of our problems are solved. Many of our problems come because of ego, the apparatus of mind, which is limited by time and space, which is not able to see beyond that limited sense. Senses are liars, Mother said. Senses give false data. And the depression is the ultimate form of ego, Mother said. And Mother said, you write on a piece of paper, I am not happy, then I am not sincere in yoga. If you are sincere in yoga, you must be happy. When you are genuinely turned to the divine, then you must be. And from mind, we have to go beyond the mind, to the higher mind, element mind, intuitive mind, and super mind. Overmind and supermind. Overmind is the region of the religions. Overmind has taken us to this level of consciousness. In 1926, the overmind consciousness descended on Sri Aurobindo. And from 1926, he started the great supramental tapasya, trying to bring the supramental consciousness down from 1926 to 1950. And if earth consciousness had been more receptive, there was no need for him to abandon the body in 1950. And Mother continued he gave the mind of light to Mother, and Mother continued the yoga. And 1956, February 29, Mother brought down the supramental consciousness. And Mother said that after 1956, it is not transformation of the old consciousness. She said it is a new consciousness. It is not transformation of the old. It is a new consciousness. So from 1956, we have the supramental ego. Mother said, consciously or unconsciously, you are breathing the supermind. In 1969, there was the descent of the Superman consciousness. And Mother also did the great cellular divine, supramentalizing the cells, that yoga. So, involution and evolution, they are parallel. But the divine consciousness is there in all stages. There is no undivine. Everything is divine. Even the so-called undivine, it is a divine in a different form. Somebody asked Mother, are you God? Mother said, yes. And you are also. You are also.
You must know it and behave accordingly.
Yes. So, there is the divine spark within each one of us. So, when the consciousness evolves, consciousness involves. It is a parallel process. And consciousness is there in all the stages. Mother went even deep inside the inconscience and discovered the divine presence. It is there in all. So matter is also divine. Matter is also sacred. And this, after 1956, evolution has been taking place extremely fast. And Mother said the 60s children will be different. And Mother took a personal interest in the riots, in the students' rebellion, the Paris University. He said it is the old and the new, that tussle between the old and the new. And Mother said that, no, you must be able to feel the new consciousness and reject the old consciousness. This is something, because in Vedanta generally, we are taught to romanticize the past. We are taught to romanticize tradition. But this path is totally different. It is, Sri Aurobindo belongs to the future, Mother says. So this evolution of consciousness, involution of consciousness, integral yoga, it is not an escape from life. It is divinizing life. A divine life in a divine body. And Mother's views on caste and marriage were far ahead of the times. In 1960s, she advocated intercaste marriages. About marriage, she said, marriage as an institution, she said, and also feminism. Mother's feminism was unique. That is, there should not be that attraction, dependence of male towards woman, male towards female, female towards male. That dependence should not be there. The love for motherhood, that is not true feminism. She took feminism to a different level altogether. Mother's feminism has to be, it is a spiritual kind of feminism. She took it, and in the ashram, the children played with shorts in 1940s. And she was so progressive. She said, no, she asked men to work in the kitchen because she felt that women have worked enough in the kitchen. There is no caste hierarchy, no caste distinction in the ashram. And in Sri Aurobindo's part, such things don't, in Mother's part, such things don't exist. And Sri Aurobindo and Mother both wanted simple Sanskrit to be the national language. And about India, Mother has spoken so much about the greatness of India. India will be the guru of the world, Mother said. And India is, and the whole world will learn from India. And Gautam Das also said in one of his talks, Sanatana Dharma, the real interpretation is, he said, and it's a wonderful interpretation, the divine within. a word which is misused, misinterpreted. Actually, Sanatana Dharma is looking at the divine within us, the divinity within you. And so many aspects, both were so progressive and so ahead of the times. And for everyday living, mothers collected verse questions and answers. They help us along to resolve conflicts, to create harmony. Mother said that it is the consciousness within us that invites other people to behave in a particular manner. If you cleanse the consciousness within, then there will be harmony of you with other people. And who are you to judge, Mother asked? It is not your lookout. And she also said, quarrels stand in the way of the divine work. So quarrels, they never encourage. And regarding quarrels, Mother said both are wrong. I don't interfere because both are wrong. And this is my PhD thesis on Sri Aurobindo and Teilhard de Chardin. There are a lot of parallels between Teilhard de Chardin and Sri Aurobindo. Teilhard de Chardin also spoke about evolution of consciousness, lithosphere, biosphere, noosphere, finally omega point. And there is a parallel. And finally, both talk about that ideal society, that harmonized society, and the supramanda transformation, complete transformation of mind, life, and body, and the creation of a Gnostic consciousness and a Gnostic society. And as the life divine Sri Aurobindo states, as a psychic change has to call in the spiritual and to complete it. So the first spiritual change has to call in the supramandal transformation to complete it. This Gnostic change will lead to complete transformation of new consciousness. It is not humanitarian. In supramandal manifestations, Sri Aurobindo states, it is not that all humanity will rise in a block into the supermind. At first, those only might attain to the highest or some intermediate height of the ascent whose inner evolution has fitted them for so great a change, for who are raised by the direct touch of the divine into its perfect light, power, and bliss. So the supermind, at that consciousness, it harmonizes everything. It sees the self in all. The Gnostic change will lead to a Gnostic being. The feelings of the Gnostic being will be based on oneness, and the Gnostic being possesses cosmic consciousness. It is the Gnostic individual is the fulfillment and culmination of the evolution of consciousness. The Mother has given talks on last 2 or 3 chapters in the life event. They are wonderful commentaries. The last 2 or 3 chapters of the life event, especially the last chapter, Sir was saying that it lifts us to a higher level in the Gnostic society. And see, this is the kind of society Mother said about communism. The problem with communism is consecration is to the state. Consecration should be to the divine. Why is it that social reforms are not able to work? Because of the ego consciousness, the tamasic consciousness. Real reform will come when the ego is annihilated. Otherwise, old hierarchies will go, new hierarchies. Old discrimination will go, new discrimination will go. Only when we are supramentalized, when we are divinized, then there will be harmony. Then we will be able to see the divine in all. And that will be a harmonious society. So Sri Aurobindo's views on society, his progressive views, in one passage in the Life Divine, in which it's a beautiful passage in which he says, how can pain be transformed to the ananda, to joy? Actually, pain can be transformed to ananda. The old philosophies of pleasure and pain he rejects. He says, he asks us to replace the egoistic standards of pleasure and pain by an equal and all-embracing personal, impersonal delight. And Sri Aurobindo on Mother, nobody has seen them angry, depressed, irritated. They were in that divine consciousness all the time. And Breckham says, that when will humanity understand that February 29, 1956 is the greatest moment in human history, in the supramental consciousness, because they did their work quietly, without advertisement. Great people do their work quietly, without tom-tomming. And 1956, we should be eternally grateful to Sri Aurobindo and Mother, to the supramental Bhattas. They can be studied in so many ways, practicing them, surrendering, consecrating ourselves to them completely. First, practicing their teaching. That will be our greatest tribute. Mother says this is the greatest moment in human history. But man must cooperate. Are you ready? She asks. Are you? Okay. So, the future of the earth, the mother wrote in a message of 1964, depends on a change of consciousness. The only hope for the future is a change of man's consciousness, and the change is bound to come. Nothing but a radical change of consciousness can change humanity from the terrible plight into which it is plunged. The supermind is the consciousness of unity and harmony. And Sri Aurobindo and the mother worked for the descent of the supermind into the earth atmosphere. I thank you all for having, especially Sampadanji, the respected chair, and the great luminaries like Sachidananda Murthy, whose books I have read and admired, Gautam Da, whose writings are like mantras to me, and so many other people here. Yeah, I am really grateful to you all for having invited me, and it is a great punya that that you can talk about this supramental avatars, and in this birth we have had contacts with this great supramental, these two great avatars supramental. Thank you.
There are any questions? You can just quick questions because we have to start with the next session.
You said intellect will go.
Intellect will be divinized. Intuition. That is, from the next stage of evolution, intellect will become intuition. Because intellect at this level is creating lots of problems. The evolutionary change, just as we are not able to jump from one tree to another tree. So yet we have come to this level, we have lost that. Similarly, from intellect, we will evolve to intuition.
Different.
Yes, Mother had the vision of the supramental being, which is neither man nor woman.
Not go and
It will be divinized. It will become intuitive mind.
I have a slightly different way of looking at this whole issue about the limitation of the human mind. See, what I have understood is that if, for example, if we open ourselves, and I think we can realize the best potential of the mind. And by that I mean the enlightened mind. The enlightened mind. And I recall that Kiripai, who was my teacher, one evening told me about the example of Bertrand Russell, rationalist. He said, Sachi, you want to understand, you have to write well, logically, to try and see the style of Bertrand Russell. How he is able to argue and see all sides of the question. And it really struck me. And I looked at how Sri Aurobindo was writing. I mean, if, for example, there was no role for the mind or the intellect, he won't have written in the 29 volumes. I think there was a need to write. And I do believe right now that if you write it in an enlightened manner, you can make sense in the manner of a dialogue to even the adversary. I do feel that.
and that kind of writing
Yes.
also embodies
Yes.
kind of a higher spirit.
Yes.
In the sense that, because what you mentioned, that we are already in an adversarial consciousness, and that invites the adversarial response. But even the writing itself, when it is done, which embodies the contrary perspective of the other,
Yes.
that already creates a bit of kind of compassionate communication.
Yes. See,
Subramaniam
Subramaniam ji, what I am saying, And Gautam is also here. Gautam Da, see, we are speaking as practitioners. And I am telling you about my experience of writing Sri Aurobindo Contemporary Leader and Cosmopolitan Model. Particularly the first one, I had the good fortune to interact with Kirill Bhai. Line by line, it was my supreme good fortune. And in many places, he said, not necessary. For example, we refer to the opponent and the contrary position. He said, not necessary. The tone, the attitude, which is expressed through the use of a term, for example. He said, is that necessary? Meaning the greatest respect to be given to the contrary position. I took it as something essential for a good writer who is trying to present Sri Aurobindo. Another example with Manoj Das. We were in a conference in Chandigarh. In my own kind of a passionate manner, we have passion for the guru and all that. Sometimes we are intolerant about the other point of view, even before the other point of view is articulated. I remember Sampadananji, he was sitting across the table, and I said something. He just gestured at me. Come down. Not necessary. So I think the choice of the words, we who claim to be exponents of Sri Aurobindo and Vimala, we have to be extremely careful about the choice of the words. I remember in the beginning when somebody said Aurobindo, I had just come out of the ashram. In Utkal University, I felt so offended because there was one Professor Mishra also, who was the founder of a publishing house. He said, Aurobindo said this, and he was a philosophy professor at Utkal University. Aurobindo said this, Aurobindo said that. I went up to him and then I said, why do you see using Aurobindo? You should say Sri Aurobindo. Sometimes people say Aurobindo Ghosh. We feel offended. Why are we feeling offended? Why do you feel insecure if the photograph of the mother and Sri Aurobindo are not there? And above all, the use of language more than the speech. Because we must really remember that we are being judged in terms of the language also. And we get carried away by the spirit of our own kind of a movement. And the greatest problem that the intellect has is that the intellectual is being guided by the passion, by the vital. It's not pure intellect. That's what I would like to say. And another thing is that the style. I must compliment you for the style that you're using. In this seminar for the 3 days, I'm witnessing the emergence of 3-4 styles also. I think your style is a very town hall kind of a style. It's a very good style for the students. Yours is also a good style. And both of you have done your PhD on Sri Aurobindo also. One Tayyar Deshade, another one on Savitri. But the way you speak, I mean, it's not a seminarian style. It's a very good town hall style. It's a good style for the students. I do hope there will be opportunity for both of you to address students. Because we require a different style for different audiences. I must really acknowledge and compliment both.
And after this, I have said, from when Sri Aurobindo is old as Sri Aurobindo,
Which one?
maybe that can come later.
No, you can ask me also. What is the query? What is the query?
It was a simple question from student when I was presenting my this was a critic.
When did you start using Sri Aurobindo?
This was a critic.
Oh, when you
when I was presenting my first lecture in department, fluently I said Aurobindo. Then one of my professors writer, please use Sri Aurobindo.
It happened almost, if I recall, because I've read the biography, a book written by Barin Ghosh, which is not published, which is there in the archive. I'm sure Gautam Da also would have references to when the change took place from Aurobindo to Sri Aurobindo. So Barin Ghosh, Sri Aurobindo, as I understand it, 1949, the book has not been published. Because that's a very rare account of 1922, 22, 23, just after the mother had come. And I was fortunate to read this when I was writing this, editing 12 years with the India Andaman account of Barin Ghosh. So, at the beginning, it is Aurobindo Ghosh. Okay? It is not even Sir, etc. Aurobindo Ghosh. AG was written by the followers like Nolinda and Soren Bose, who was the sister of Murland, brother of Murland, etc. AG said this, AG said that. And at what point in time, Ackroyd also drops. I found that out from the Baroda archive. Because the lady Ackroyd, who was the kind of looking after them. And after that, Ackroyd was dropped. AG was dropped when mother came and said. She was called Madame Richard, Meera Devi. In sequence, Madame Richard and Meera Devi, alternately. So Sri Aurobindo said, she's not Madame Richard or Meera Devi, she's mother. So he is anointing her and she is also giving the status. No, you're not going to sit together. All of them were sitting together. You're not going to sit together. You sit there. So the sainthood, the respect that Sri Aurobindo has finally acquired, it was because of the mother. So they stopped sitting together. He said, you sit at the feet, for example. You're the disciples. You're not going to sit together, for example. So there are said all these things happened in the 1921 also. I don't recall the name, but it happened. It's because of the mother. And Sri Aurobindo was responsible for the disciples calling her the mother, and not Meera Devi or Madam Richard. That Gautam, you might have something different.
But let us engage our conversation with the presentation of the class.
No, he asked me the question, therefore I was here.
Just let us reorient ourselves.
You have a question on this?
One point, Ramaswamy, you spoke of cosmic consciousness with reference to the supermind. Now, I would like you to follow the explanation made by Ramesh Lal in her book Whitman and Sri Aurobindo. She has defined exactly, drawing from the text, and not just from Sri Aurobindo, but the time since when the phrase was used first. It was used by Maurice Buck in 1902, and Maurice Buck explained it as intellectual, where he differed, and he said, no, cosmic consciousness can happen even from the psychic being. If the psychic opens, you can widen to infinity. And the next is overmind cosmic consciousness. Because the supermind is definitely, it has cosmic consciousness, but even from the psychic and from the overmind, you can have the feeling of cosmic consciousness, that widening. So that is why Sri Aurobindo says, I quoted those three words from synthesis, that the widening, the deepening, and the heightening. That comes by that can also come by the psychic opening, and also if one reaches the overmind and expressing the overmind, because the overmind, something of the supermind principle also infiltrates into the overmind. That's because it is just on the borderline. Something of the supermind principle also infiltrates into the overmind. That is why the cosmic consciousness happens. It is not intellectual, as Maurice Buck had said in 1902 in his book Cosmic Consciousness. So it will be good if you go through Sharoni's explanation.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I think Ranjit had a quick query. We have asked it. Is it okay, Ranjit?
What is the query?
Very nice.
Well, thank you, sir. From you, it is valuable.
So I
You
congratulate.
speak so well, and as Ajivai has said, it is so close to us.
Please address the colleges.
So I give a lot of talks.
Address the colleges.
Mother has assigned you for that.
That's where the message is also required.
Thank you, sir. I seek your wishes and blessings.
You are reaching out to many people.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I congratulate both the paper presenters. The first paper by Dr. Sachidananda Mishra, Life Divine Philosophy of Future Humanity, was a synthesis of science, spirituality, and transformation. And there was an interdisciplinary approach which we were able to see. When we look at the root word of philosophy, which comes from philosophia, which means love for wisdom, philosophy is also considered to be the mother of all sciences. So in this sense, the connect which you try to focus and focusing on Sri Aurobindo's approach on don't call me a philosopher. In that sense, the discussion also was more enriching. While Dr. Sachidananda Mishra was sharing his thought, I also feel that there was this interdisciplinary approach which he tried to reflect. And I feel texts like Life Divine should also be, science students also should be involved in the study, because the way you try to share the perspective is very, very different. And there was also sometimes a haziness when we discuss spirituality, but while you were discussing, you were trying to bring that precision, which was unique, and congratulations for that. The second paper, Dr. Subramaniam's paper, Life Divine, the Spiritual Manifesto of Sri Aurobindo. You focused on philosophy of Sri Aurobindo from a very diverse perspective, connecting it to Sri Aurobindo's life experiences. So which was because it was not focusing only on the theoretical, but you also tried to look at the practical dimension of it and the relevance of Life Divine, which you tried to focus through it, was very interesting. So thank you very much, everybody, for your wonderful questions and perspectives.
And we'd like to thank you also for ably chairing the session.
Thank you.
Giving space to so many of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramaswamy ji, for presenting this paper, and Priya ji for chairing this session.
My name is Ramaswamy.
Okay.
So moving on to the afternoon session, and for this I will like to invite Dr. Anand Giriji to as a chairperson. And for the first paper of this afternoon session, we have Dr. K. Venkatachalamji. He is an assistant professor at the Department of Psychology at Madras Christian College in Tambaram, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. He has been awarded with JRF and PDF by the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, and his research interests include philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, philosophy of humor, philosophy of children, pedagogy, research methods, and philosophy in Tamil literature. And the title of his paper is The Double Soul in Man and the Problem of Self-Identity, Human Destiny, an inquiry in Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. So, Dr. K. Venkatachalamji, please present us. Yeah.
Yes. So a warm welcome. Our logistics are being cultivated, that the relationship between logos and logistics. And it seems that we have half an hour for each of the presenters. So I would request Dr. Venkatachalam to kindly take 20 minutes. Okay, I'm just sharing with you 20 minutes, yes, and then 10 minutes for this.
Yes. Sorry for the inconvenience. I mailed in the morning, but still it hadn't. Yes, sir. So, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva, Maheshwara, Guru Shastra, Brahma, Vishnu, Guru. So, as far as today's presentation is concerned, as for the theme chosen by the convener, my presentation will be on, as titled in the PPT, the double soul in man and the problem of self-identity. I have bracketed human destiny because that's the indirect research analysis would have come by doing, by searching the self-identity. So it's an inquiry in Sri Aurobindo's philosophy with reference to life divine. The attempt made here is in understanding human's nature. In general, or philosophically speaking, it's said there's an issue or there's a suffering in human. The cause is need to be searched and analyzed and rectified or addressed. And this could be possible only if we search how the human is aware or how the human is existing here. So one predominant or philosophical way of addressing this issue traditionally from the earlier stages, we have two contradictory principles or a theory or a doctrines where they address human nature as a material principle At the other side, they address human as a spiritual substance. So upholding either of the view exclusively one to the other definitely will reach us to some sort of paradox or a dogmatic state. So in order to get an answer, in order to get a relief from this contradictory vision, we have our prominent thinker, philosopher, and Rishi, none other than Sri Aurobindo, who gives a synthetic vision, who addresses the issue of this contradictory vision, where we can have an integral opinion about the human existence, where human is neither a material substance alone nor a spiritual substance alone. So as far as this Sri Aurobindo's vision is concerned, his analysis about the human nature is concerned, what I have understood from the Life Divine, he has an integral view of human's existence. He's neither the first three chapters what Sir have been emphasized in his plenary session, which addresses these philosophical debate. Finally, he comes out of integrating human is. It is not that we need to negate the spiritualistic view, which gives an contradictory view about the materialism, or neither the negative view of materialism, which is against the spiritualistic view. The positive notions need to be taken from the either of the view, and then there comes an understanding what exactly human is about. And that understanding is none other than an integralistic view of human existence. So in order to have a further classic understanding about how this existence is about and how the human exists in the complete existence, we need to understand Sri Aurobindo's cosmological theory. So here have a very clear picture on how the whole existence is about. So in tracing the human existence, in this terrestrial existence, as I said earlier, we are trying to understand human's vision, Sri Aurobindo's vision on how human exists in this existence. So he starts by saying there is something called ultimate principle, which has the nature of Sat Chit Ananda, which is the supreme principle. It descends itself, it lowers itself from its complete form, from its complete truthfulness, from its complete pure existence form, from its complete pure consciousness form, from its pure delight form, bliss or ananda form, and those lowering of the maximum possible stage from the highest principle to the lowest principle, the possibility of the maximum lowest principle is none other than material substance. So technically this is named as an involution process, where the highest form descends itself to a inconscient form, what we physically call it as a material existence. And this material existence from the involution, it proceeds to the next stage called evolution through various stages. It evolves to the life stage, and it evolves to the, actually it goes with the psychic, then the mind. As far as my title is concerned, I plug the both here. Then this further evolves itself or ascends from the lower part back to the higher part, technically for the student understanding what we name it as evolution. So from the material stand, it has a various stages, as just now Professor I have said, it has the different hierarchy of minds where it need to evolve from the higher, illumined, intuitive over, and finally need to evolve to the supreme. So this is what a clear picture about how the human existence is about, or what is this cycle has a various answer for what is the cause for existence, how man exists, where is man in the evolutionary process, or what is the stage of man, or what is the purpose of human existence. So this circle has an indifferent answer for any of the philosophical issues which need to be addressed, or where we can get the answer from Sri Aurobindo's cosmological theory. So as far as coming back to my paper of discussion is concerned, we have identified, yes, human were somewhere in between the process of evolution, and we are somewhere stagnating. It is not a negative term again. We are in the transitional form as far as the Sri Aurobindo's is concerned. We are in the transitional form. We are about to evolve into the further stage. So in analyzing further about the human stage, I can say we have descended from the Sachit Anand with the highest potentiality, and we are slowly evolving ourselves with the various stages as what we have understood from the Professor Kundan analysis of various levels of human, which he was speaking about. Then Professor also have said there is a methodology which need to be evolved from whatever we are moving now to the further. Professor also emphasized on the national educational policies, insisting on this path, which we are getting diverted instead of moving back to where we are expected. So there is an artificial purpose, artificial destiny is there within the human, and the purpose here is because we are evolved, we are conditioned with the surface mind. There is a dual mind in the nature as far as the chapter 23 is concerned in Life Divine, the double soul in man, where Sri Aurobindo explains there is a dual state in human. One, it is a psychic state, which is a surface stage, and there is something called subliminal state. So whatever we are experiencing in the terrestrial existence is conditioned and governed by this psychic stage, what we call it as a surface mind. But there is a necessity to transcend it. As far as the yesterday's lecture is concerned, Madam has given how to overcome this problem of evil. She have explained very clear how to evolve from the surface level to the subliminal state. So getting the guidance from the surface level will always lead us to an artificial path. That's what I interpret here. So there's a need for guidance from the subliminal part, and such a subliminal part will necessarily evolve to a spiritual or the future existence, what Sri Aurobindo's Herald is about. The whole Herald of Life Divine is not the artificial path which we are with the surface level, rather it is with the spiritual, where human is capable enough, essential in the way he could evolve to this spiritual stage. So Madam has said, even if we are not taking steps from the human level to reach to the spiritual level, and naturally plays role. That's how the whole cosmological theory of Sri Aurobindo is. So my analysis with this paper is concerned with where the human existence, as I addressed earlier, as far as Sri Aurobindo's cosmological theory is a part and parcel of the complete supreme being, where he is yet to transit himself from this phenomenal existence, from these surface guidelines to the subliminal guide to the future existence. So he gives a very detailed explanation how it could be happening. So he speaks of triple transformation. One is psychic, the other is the spiritual, and the third one is the supramental transformation. So I'm more concerned with the psychic transformation. Once we achieve this psychic to the spiritual, necessarily spiritual, which is in the subliminal, will take us to the supramental. The task and the struggle or the challenge is how are we going to transform this psychic to the subliminal. The subliminal is the mediator between the supramental and the surface. Subliminal is the artificial existence of the supramental. So at the terrestrial level, it is possible for human to bring the subliminal to the surface level. That is what my understanding of Sri Aurobindo's space, the divine life upon the earth. It's not the psychic guidance or the subliminal guidance. Then the subliminal itself transcends the whole existence to not as the terrestrial existence which he is speaking about, rather a divine supramental existence. And then comes the real Gnostic being or the Superman, which is the herald of life divine of the or Sri Aurobindo. So the double soul, which I spoke earlier about the classification from life divine. So Sri Aurobindo addresses the issue which I have raised through bringing the subliminal in front of the surface or replacing the surface into a subliminal. So I'm coming to a concluding part, how it need to be addressed. So philosophically speaking, if you trace this whole analysis of the possibility of self-identity and the possibility of human destiny, if we judge it through reason, as we have addressed in the various professor, the reason necessarily fails to evolve the spiritual value which Sri Aurobindo is heralding about. What is necessary here is the judgment is not based on reason, rather the judgment here is necessary to be based on the faith. And the faith here is a spiritual faith. I'm not speaking about any religious faith here. It is a spiritual faith which I am speaking about. So once we have a spiritual faith, it's not about the psychic, rather about the absolute, the divine, Satchit Ananda, then we become the possessor. So in order, the destiny, as far as the chapter 33 is concerned, we need to be a possessor of the delight. The possessor of the delight, according to Sri Aurobindo, is not through the psychic possessor of the emotional aspect, rather a possessor of the complete bliss. We are already in a transition period. We are possessing the existence in a various dynamic form. Also, we are possessing the consciousness in the various dynamic form. But what is lacking here is the bliss or the ananda or the delight. And this could be achieved only through the spiritual faith, what Sri Aurobindo is heralding about. So that's what National Education Policy is also looking towards, and even the CEO of the Rishihood also is looking about having this spiritual value need to be the herald of the human existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkata.
Yes.
Nandri. So now let us open ourselves to conversations on the issues that Dr. Venkatachalam has gifted us. I invite friends to kindly share, and we can gather thoughts for 5 minutes, then we would please give your reflection.
I just want to compliment you in the manner in which you presented with such clarity. I think we need more young people like you to be in the field.
Yes, congratulations. Okay, in the spirit of conversation, may I? That's so beautiful journey indeed. For example, when we bring the subliminal, it's different from the surfacial. Now, how do we engage this with the pathways of philosophical explorations in classical and contemporary philosophy? For example, now look at works like Deluge and Guattari, who talk about the surface. The surface in the sense that how do we engage with the surface, and through that engage go to the layers. The rhizomatic, for example, the rhizome that Deluge and Guattari talk about. I think Deluge and Guattari are profoundly influential thinkers today. In a small way, or in some ways, our friend Professor Devashish Banerjee also has engaged that kind of conversation. So a little bit of philosophical conversation on these things. The second thing is about Ananda. Now, Ananda also how do we engage itself, Ananda being, for example, the Ananda Satta, and how do we engage ourselves? Now, in contemporary discourse, there is a discourse of happiness. But the Ananda, is it the same or different? With Sri Aurobindo, the whole cultivation of Ananda is a multidimensional journey. For example, Sri Aurobindo talks about leisure, the right to leisure. That all of us must have right to leisure. So therefore, Ananda, as it is part of our spiritual journey, it is also related to our condition of life in varieties of domains. In Praitya Upanishad, there is the idea of integration of Anna and Ananda. And see, Aurobindo's, I think, journey with Ananda would be similar kind of integration. So, if you would like to share some of your thoughts in this field, please.
Yes. With regard to the first query, how do we engage our surface level? Am I right? Am I understanding? Yes. This could be addressed by tracing Sri Aurobindo's life of a young boy who are not aware of his own culture, who are somehow insisted or thrown into a different culture. And at a period of time, there happened something within him, and there's an urge, there is an adesh which brought him back to the culture. So we can analyze the life history of Sri Aurobindo, how he addresses his own surface. At surface level, he is more an abroad culture human being. There is something which is inner guidance, inner command, which brought him back to his own culture. So this is the clue which we can take from Sri Aurobindo's life, how to address ourselves or how to challenge ourselves with regard to the surface level of the human existence. So philosophically, as I concluded in the conclusion, if we approach this with the rational aspect, necessarily we can say we are lagging in it. We will fail in addressing it. So there is a need of something more faith in addressing the issue, how to overcome the surface level to this picture. So taking a clue from Sri Aurobindo, necessarily as a role model, I can say, as a common term, we can say, we can take life of Sri Aurobindo's life history as a role model to address these surface challenges. And secondly, with regard to the ananda or the bliss, philosophically, there is a distinction between pleasure, happiness. I'm not including bliss here. There's a difference between pleasure and happiness. Pleasure is more partial. It changes, whereas happiness is something complete, which has a higher order than the pleasure. So pleasure it changes time to time. It's dynamic. It has a different motive, whereas the happiness doesn't. Pleasure is relating it with the spiritual realm is based on the physical and the psychic need. Happiness is more subtle and spiritual. So this happiness we are replacing as far as Sri Aurobindo's theory at the surface terrestrial level as bliss. So this bliss need to be understood at the terrestrial level as the happiness, not as the pleasure. So we should not go with the surface mind, soul, and psychic need. If we fulfill the surface level mind, life, and the psychic need, it fulfills only the pleasure. If we fulfill the subliminal life, mind, and the psychic need, then it fulfills happiness. And this, at this spiritual level, it again transcends and finds there is no psychic, no soul, no mind, there is no distinction rather, but it is an integral exposure of oneself as a complete place. So there's a need for understanding the terrestrial, cosmic, and supracosmic analysis with regard to the bliss state of Sri Aurobindo.
Sri Aurobindo gives different terms, particularly it is rapture, bliss,
ecstasy, these words he has used. And the use of these words is not deliberate. I mean, sorry, it is deliberate rather, because there are stages of happiness. The terrestrial happiness and pleasure, which we call here, they are at a different level. They are something like bliss, rapture, ecstasy, delight. So these are grades of happiness. And Savitri, he has dealt with this in detail.
But also, when we talk about Ananda, as it builds on realization of limits of pleasure and moving towards happiness, also is much more. And Ananda, in a sense of integral, as it connects to Anna and Ananda, there also can be thought about social Ananda. So I have been thinking about a way of thinking called towards a society of Ananda, or towards an economics of Ananda. And our current discourse is only up to happiness, though it builds some critique of pleasure, but in a way it is an intermediate step towards realization. And that integral Ananda, which also has the spiritual dimension, material dimension, relational dimension, economic dimension, it builds on economics of happiness, what is called as happiness index. So in a way, we also need to think about what might be Ananda index in that sense of joining the contemporary process of rethinking and reconstruction. So
But if you read Sri Aurobindo, it is all deformed, modified states of the pure Ananda. All the different.
Yes.
So the pure Ananda is the highest gain. Anandan na parolabh. There is no greater gain than Ananda. The ultimate gain. This is free from all. Pleasure is more of sensual. Wherever sense is involved, it's a pleasure. And leading towards what? Parinami Vishopam. Leads towards the poison. And the true Ananda will be Parinami Amrutopam. It leads towards that Amrut. So towards that, so that is why the path shown to us is the prayers and shreyas. So the path of prayers is the path which leads to Parinami Vishopam. In consequence, it brings only poison. More miseries, more afflictions, more suffering. And the path of Shreyas leading towards Parinami Amrutopam, in consequence, it leads towards the attainment of that pure Ananda, where one becomes completely free from all suffering.
So, the pleasure principle, maybe slowly we join our hands and welcome our speaker in waiting. So before that, so thank you so much. And as our friends are inviting the next speaker to come, just joining this deep conversation from Professor Mishra, Parinama, Vishopama and Amrutapama. Again, if we relate to what is that Visa? And Visa is something that poison that also brings suffering. And what is Amruta? Amruta brings well-being to self and society. Therefore, the last line in Mahabharata, the Astadesha Puraneshu, Vyasasya Vachanadaya, Varapakaraya Punyaya, Papaya Pirapadana. So therefore, to relate Ananda vis-a-vis this conversation about Parinama, consequence is that how do we relate to Ananda in terms of a way of living which does not is entangled in production of suffering, but Amruta in terms of generation of both self and relational well-being.
Our next speaker is, I think the next speaker is not sincere enough. So we can conclude and then go for lunch. And then come back. We can have lunch and then come back to have our next session, the last session at 2 o'clock.
And the last session, according to paper, is paper presentation is there?
Yes,
It's
Nilesh.
Nilesh. After that, it's the well.
So we will take a break.
Okay, and one request is that since we have gift of 5 minutes or so, yes, since we have the gift of time, so let us hear ourselves a little more on this issue. And I think, yes, yourself, and then in our conversation so far, we have not heard a little more from some participants, like Ranveer has been co-present. And so, yes, yourself, and after that, Ranveer.
To add the political crisis with regard to what you have raised, political crisis of happiness. So, to address such a political crisis from Sri Aurobindo's interpretation, evolution is not an individual principle which need to strive to the destination. While we are evolving from matter to the life, and the life to the psychic, and then to the mind and the future existence. He also speaks about the triple process. One as the widening, heightening, and integration. So, from the human realm, if you see how we evolve, how we progress, there's a need for a widening of an individual. Then there's a need heightening of the individual. Then finally, there's a necessary for the integration of the individual. So this third component of integration, I believe, will address your political crisis, what you are looking for, I think. Am I?
Yes, thank you. And that integral, the horizontal, the vertical, and the horizontal in terms of the well-being of all, and the vertical. So with this, maybe we can hear a few thoughts from you, Ranveer. You have been co-present with us. If you don't mind, come. Bring your singing soul to the table.
Come here. Yes, please, yes, so that other people online can also.
We didn't get it. With my hug. Not for this. Maybe if it is all right, Professor Mishra, so we can not 2 minutes. If it is all right, just 5 minutes. And in fact, like we introduced Ranveer. Ranveer is a very deep seeker into many contemporary questions of life, philosophy, sociology. And since there has not been a space, formal space, listen to him. So 5-7 minutes, if it is all right. Yeah. So you can please, because you have been reading critical theory and contemporary sociological new horizons of social theory, and also you're getting Sri Aurobindo in this seminar. So please share some thoughts.
I will just add on some psychological insight of happiness. And you rightly mentioned well-being is the hallmark of happiness. And if you see the Maslow's theory, the highest need is self-actualization. So that connotation is to be incorporated if we think about Ananda. And so far as Aurobindo is concerned, I found Aurobindo helps us to understand Swami Vivekananda. The kind of dichotomy between Swami Vivekananda and Ramakrishna Paramahansa defined, the dichotomy of tradition and modernity. We can't find such dichotomy in Sri Aurobindo. So that is the beauty of Sri Aurobindo philosophy. That, as you have rightly mentioned, incorporates each and everything. Like Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma. It incorporates all religion. Sense of Hinduism, pluralism. So there is a kind of pluralism in the whole philosophy of Sri Aurobindo. And you have rightly mentioned there is a voice of subalternity, subaltern voice also, but we never ever read Sri Aurobindo from that point of view. For that matter, not only feminist voice, it's a subaltern voice. You rightly mentioned the question of caste. And I really like the person, life of person whose life is transformative, transitions. The best transformative and transitional life you can find in Sri Aurobindo, from a staunch nationalist to a spiritualist. You know, just think about how we engage with the question of nationality, how we engage with the question of caste and gender. And also, since we are nurturing Sri Aurobindo's life and vision mission, we find good discussion on Krishnamurti's idea of education, good discussion around Rabindranath Tagore's idea of Shakti, but we don't find such good engagement with Sri Aurobindo idea of education in terms of pedagogy also. So I think we need to incorporate some untouched definition of Sri Aurobindo philosophy. And the beauty of Aurobindo philosophy is that the more you read, the more you find that it has depthness. Because I can read, we are nurturing a public intellectual trust called Vishwanidhan Center for Asian Muslim, where Professor Anand Tigri, almost tried to understand the Aurobindo with multiple thinkers, the West, like Gandhi and Ambedkar. And we have lectured one talk on 15th August, that is the birth anniversary of Sri Aurobindo, Ambedkar and Sri Aurobindo. What is the idea of freedom? So I think there are so many concepts, new possibility of emergence of new concepts there, and we need to read. And for the life of the divine, APJ Abdul Kalam said, it was life of the divine, source of motivation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandi. And in terms of, in fact, as you have assembled our gathering, in fact, this morning Professor Mishra was telling me the deep, invitation in words that they are gathering. Our gathering also can be understood as a practice of Loka Sangraha. Your seminar connotes a particular kind of thing. It's a particular kind of Loka Sangraha, Atma Sangraha, and Jnana Sangraha. And what we are really confronted with, as with any, it's not just elaboration of Sri Aurobindo's work, but really working and meditating with Sri Aurobindo and really confronting some of the emerging challenges. And what has emerged in this meeting, in this morning, out of many things, for example, cultural studies or subaltern studies, look at what kind of important ways, Dr. Ramesh Subramony. I'm referring to your reference to the subaltern. So what way there could be really deep engagement between subaltern studies and Sri Aurobindo perspective. So let us open ourselves, invite ourselves, offer ourselves to this kind of intellectual tapasya that is waiting for us. Possibly building on this, we can engage ourselves with some of the critical challenges of our time.
So thank you so much, Ranveer ji.
Professor,
1 minute silence.
that's just okay.
Thank you so much, Ranveer ji and Ananta ji for chairing this session. And we will get back after having lunch at 2 p.m. and we will have a presentation by Nilesh Marik ji. And before going to lunch, we will observe a minute of silence and then we will proceed. So, thank you everyone. We will meet in an hour.
We'll gather here 5 minutes before. This is going to be a very interesting paper, the last paper. Title button. It's on live online. Nilesh was
The title of his paper is The Divine and the Undivine, a time-spirited philosophical contextualization.
This is very good. Dedication. Make it simple.
So welcome back everyone to the afternoon session, and we will start again by observing a minute of silence. So as our last paper presenter for this seminar, 3-day national seminar on the Herald of the Life Divine, we have Sri Nilesh Marikji. Sri Nilesh Marikji is the Director of Expense on Demand, and he is an IIT IIM alumni and has a rich corporate background. He has also a vast experience of working with many multinational companies, but above all, he is a great devotee of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. And the title of his paper is The Divine and the Undivine, a time-spirited philosophical contextualization. So I request Shri Nilesh Marikji to present his paper in front of the chairperson, Shri Anantagiri. So welcome, sir.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to the chair and all participants. Can I be given share screen privilege, please? Right now it's showing host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
40 minutes for this session. 3 o'clock will.
Okay.
So
Excellent.
Nilesh, a warm welcome. I just got to know that you have around 35 to 40 minutes, and then we will have discussion. Welcome.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that clearly. Did you say for 45 minutes?
No, around 35 to 40 minutes to begin with, and then we would have discussions, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. And I chose a subject which is not very popular and not often, if at all, discussed in conventional places, even in spiritual conferences. And yet it is a theme which is, can I be heard clearly?
Yes, yes.
Yet it is a theme which is extremely frequently alluded to in their work. And it is a theme that is one of the most contentious challenges in the integral yoga itself, both for the sadhaka as well as for the world space he dwells in. Yet, in my opinion, it doesn't get the kind of air cover it deserves. And I would hazard to say that in the time spirit of today, which is about 100 years after their work was written and their most active time, especially from an Arya perspective, it is even more important that we pay attention to this subject, because this is probably the single biggest impediment standing in the way of the Gnostic society and the divine life. So we will cover today's presentation in this particular thought flow. You can see my screen, I hope. we're first going to discuss something what I call transition privilege, which refers back to this time-spirited importance that I just mentioned. We will then very briefly examine the genesis of the schism between the divine and the undivine. Why the divine and the undivine? Why are they two different terms, etc. We will then examine the implication of that schism, at least in material nature of today, and the nature of the battle that it has precipitated upon the terrestrial existence, in which a yogin, an integral yogin, cannot but participate. It is an imperative, it's an evolutionary imperative. So to examine the nature of the battle becomes very important. This battle has become, in my opinion, much more difficult and hazardous today, not just because of physical conditions and environmental conditions, but because of a huge amount of confusion in the philosophical discourse space itself. And over the last 2-3 centuries, as we know, there are so many philosophical thought streams that have competed to dominate or prevail upon the mental space of man, that it can be a very, very confusing, very, very difficult, very, very paralyzing influence. And so quicksand of Sophia refers to this philosophical problem, this philosophical smorgasbord, if you will. And finally, we will then briefly look at how integral yoga actually ends up being the pole star, the directing influence that can not only dispel all these confusions, but actually enable the sadhaka, the yogin, to propel himself completely, wholeheartedly, fully into the divine work. So with these 5 key constituents of the thought process for today's talk, let's proceed with the first. Now, there are 2 aspects to the transition privilege, what we call the transition privilege. The first is known to us that man is a transitioning being in evolution, a slow and laborious process from animal nature to divine nature. And this means that man today does not have the full knowledge of the world space that he inhabits, but is struggling. And that is why it's a very difficult and a very, very confusing process. To compound that, we also seem to be navigating a very critical threshold in the cosmic cycle. And without getting into the necessary details of which part of Kali, which part of Dwapara, if not, is Kali over, how many years, let us just say that we are transitioning from the black soil of the inconscient to the supramental light. And in yogic, in cosmic yoga terms, it is basically the darkest to the next bright, the symbol dawn, the Satya Yoga, the next Satya Yoga. So a transitioning being in evolution, confounded and stumbling himself, is actually negotiating a very, very critical phase in the cosmicity of the creation. And therefore, as the Katha Upanishad says, that the path is really, really, really a razor's edge. And this razor's edge is probably the sharpest that man has ever encountered. Of course, none of us, unless we remember past lives, can testify to this with a great level of confidence. But from whatever we can read from their writings and the way they have kind of confirmed the criticality of this phase, my general sense is that despite the progress made in the last century, we are in, at least in outer material terms, we are in a very, very, very difficult phase. And if we do not cooperate, if mankind refuses to get spiritualized, we don't know whether we will make it. And it's not just that it's going to be a happy demise under anesthesia. It is going to be a very, very painful process without anesthesia. So, without wishing to sound ominous, let's just acknowledge that it is calling forth our utmost. Now, why the divine and the undivine? When we say reality omnipresent, why this schism? Most of us, if not all of us who have read the Life Divine and their work, know that although reality is omnipresent, reality is multifaceted, multidimensional. And in this tripartite spiritual reality of the transcendent, the universal, and the individual, the manifestation black box, the manifestation process entails two distinct things that creates the ignorance. And from that ignorance, all suffering, all undivine, all evil, everything else in different extents manifest in the cyclicality of the cosmos. The first is the one-to-many movement. I think we have covered this in some of our talks in the previous 2 days. The other is the inevitable result of the involution, where in the beginning it so appears that the higher plane is hijacked by the lower. The functionality, the planar freedom of the higher principle is subjugated and subservient to the gravitational lower pull of the lower. And this applies across the planar hierarchy of the cosmos, which therefore means it applies within us because we are a mirror of the cosmic cosmology. That means is that delight one, which translates into the will for creation, for agency, for chittapas. When there is this splitting and this individuation for the individual principle and the overmental devolution for the cosmic principle, there is this separation, and this individual will begins to try to assert, dominate at the overmind level, and lower below it completely loses the sense of unity. So this is the schism. We are all familiar with this. I just thought this diagram will basically summarize the whole thing very, very crisply. Now, coming back to the nature of the battle. You know, the mother and Sri Aurobindo have spoken about the 4 major asuras. And if understood rightly, there is still one asura. Inconscience, suffering, and death have been dealt with by them personally. But the asura of falsehood is very, very much around, and he is wreaking havoc. As they say in many of their places, before the final sentinel of falsehood is overcome, defeated, neutralized, or transformed, or expunged, he is going to put up a big fight. Right from the Lord of the Nations days, today, if we examine the political and the economic climate behind the scenes, not what mainstream media is telling us, we can see that the Lord of the Nation is in full fury. Full. Those of us who want to research this further, I would request you to do that, but without resorting to mainstream media and to mainstream search engines. But all the information is there. He may not be called the Lord of the Nations, but he's very much there. And characteristically, his method of operation is far more sinister. His modus operandi is not like Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan or even Hitler, because there it was directly, visibly diabolical. But I find this a very neat way of saying it, that the falsehood that operates today and that has hijacked mankind actually relies on the power of truth. The falsehood doesn't derive its power from the power of falsehood, but from the power of truth. But what it does, it just gives it a simple twist. And it is doing that right now in our world, everywhere as we speak, everywhere. Let's take a brief glimpse. We don't have time to get into the details, but each of those bullets listed on the left-hand side, we can spend hours, if not days, of exploration to see how the asura of falsehood has taken grip of mankind. Every institution, every avenue of human endeavor, every walk of life has been taken over. And taken over in a manner professing to be virtuous, professing to be divine, professing to be beneficial, salutary, salubrious, etc., etc. And that is how it is able to derive the foothold from the layer of humanity who are operating on the surface. That is the power of the asura. Sorry, something has happened. Good on. I seem to have got stuck on this. Just one sec, please. I don't know whether it's the asura work, but it is not letting me proceed.
So, Nilesh, I have asked Neela to present from here. You can stop sharing.
Okay, I think that will be a. If Neelab can put that up and if I can see that, I can walk through the slides. Is that possible? Okay, thank you. So just go down the next and the next one, Neelab. Thank you so much. The one after that and then proceed. The next one, please. So now it is, why do we say this is a tougher battle? Because the earlier battle that we knew about and we have read about a lot, there are about 5-6 different ways this is tougher. First and foremost, Arjuna had the physical presence of the Lord. I mean, we may say that Sri Aurobindo and the mother are there in the subtle physical, but there Sri Krishna was right there physically guiding him. Number two, the enemy's identity was clearly known. It was the Kauravas. The boundaries were determined. This is the enemy who has to be fought. The enemy's strength and resourcefulness was known. The scale and scope of the battle and its boundaries was clear and limited. None of these things apply in the war against the undivine today. And not only are we dealing with a psychological epistemic issue that Arjuna dealt with, we are dealing with a massive systemic and meta-systemic issue of all world systems. I would even argue and say that the interference of the hostile and adverse forces today is significantly higher than it was with Arjuna, because they have actually proliferated. So if we can move on, please, to the next slide. Neelab?
Yeah, good.
You can just scroll it. Sorry about this. Okay, if you keep it in this view, if it may not be full screen, but probably we can just shift back and go back. Okay, I apologize for the Next one. Yeah. So this is the philosophical quicksand terrain. Of the next 4 slides are going to be a bit text heavy. I apologize for that, but I'll walk you through. These are explicated in great detail in the paper over 20 pages, 20 odd pages. But I have just captured here the key themes for our quick high level summary look. The first idea theme that is very confusing is this promoted mantra, see no evil, hear no evil. It is everywhere. It is as if by refusing to see evil and staying in the comfort zone of assuming that evil does not exist, evil will go away. To a certain extent, quantum mechanics of the previous century tells us this. Don't bother, it is not here. If you don't watch it, it is not there. This is a massive problem. Second is the virtue shelter of pacifism. Non-violence is it, and nothing else will do. And that is precisely because the undivine and the evil has proliferated much, much more since the onset of this pacifist notion. And I would say that the lesson of the Bhagavad Gita hasn't yet been learned, or even if it was learned, it has been eclipsed by various other theories or philosophies of pacifism that have come and taken hold of the human population thanks to the Asura of falsehood. The second is this whole thing about detachment, neutrality, middle path, gold mean is always golden, which means I don't want to take a side. I'd rather stay somewhere in the middle because that gives me a safe haven to not have to take sides and be proven wrong. You see, this is all tamas. This is all, the Asura is using the worst of the 3 gunas to actually establish the philosophical falsehood. Impermanent relativism. Impermanence, well, nothing is forever anyway. Either it is a moving flux of sensation, or it is relativism. Good depends on evil, evil depends on good. Both are related to each other. So why bother? Right? Can you see? I mean, I hope we can see the power that these memes hold, these ideas hold, including in some of our own heads, and how they have taken root in every discourse around the divine or the undivine, around the undivine and the evil. Then next comes illusoriness, Mayavad, therefore aloofness. If this is a secondary reality and ultimately we have to go and merge there, why bother? Spiritual bypass, not so much in India perhaps, even though a bit, but more in the Western world, is this pop spirituality, this weekend yoga retreat business, this quick draw enlightenment retreats for Saturday, Sundays, come pay $300, get an early bird discount of $50 if you sign up today and go back enlightened. This has destroyed the fabric of what true spirituality means in the world, at least from an integral yogic sense. And what happens is that along with that, anything which is non-physical or supra-physical is equated with the spiritual, and guess who plays havoc? The vital beings. They play havoc. A final point is externalization fallacy. This is the only, I would say, the non-spiritual aspect where people who are emotionally imbalanced get into activism. We must save the world, but they haven't done their own work and they are all over the place. Ye bachao, wo bachao, ye hatao, wo hatao. They are themselves unhealed, extremely, extremely troubled and suffering, but they get into the streets trying to solve other people's problems. Next slide, please. So I summarize here five key themes of integral yoga, which not only dispel the grip of the Asura of falsehood on those 7 points, but actually propel us forward. So the first point is that although reality is one, there is a difference between the essential and the practical. Although there is no essential difference between the divine and the undivine, there is a practical difference, and not only that, the practical distinction has to be made at every point. And therefore, the divine has to be chosen over the undivine. Even though the undivine is ultimately a part of the divine, our aspiration and goal is the highest realm of the divine, not his lower manifestations. The lower manifestations we have to fight against to establish the divine reign on earth. This is very, very important, and this gets rid of this quagmire of relativism, neutrality, and illusionism. Next, if everything is perfect and the supermind is already here and it has descended in 1956, why bother? It will take its own course. No, there is a distinction to be made between absolute perfection and relative perfection. Relative perfection is indexed to the aggregate consciousness quotient of humanity today. If that quotient goes up through sadhana and through yoga, the relative perfection will constantly improve and approach absolute perfection. Without approaching the absolute perfection, the Gnostic society cannot take shape. So all sorts of naivety and hopium and all that sort of stuff should be thrown out of the window. Direct intuitive discernment and responsiveness to the divine will has to take charge of our inspired action. And there is no other way to do it without sadhana, needless to say. Next slide, please. Total transformation. It's no good my feeling virtuous and peaceful in a closed room with the air conditioner. Oh, the others are suffering. When it comes and hits me, I will deal with it. This is in a sense related with that first point. Why bother when it is? So this comes directly. This is the separative movement, this complete ego-based, ego identity-based, and this solipsistic withdrawal into one's peace haven, the meditation cushion, the smell of the good agarbattis. Nothing wrong in that, but what they tend to do is that they tend to divert the attention away where the attention has to go. And feeling virtuous does not assuage the world horrors. So basically, I think somebody said that until all is done, nothing is done. So what this therefore means is that, yes, we should try peaceful means. Peace is a part of the integral yogic ideal. But as long as the Lord of the Nations operates and calls us to war, we have to respond like Arjuna. We cannot afford the tamasic recoil, because then the world will be destroyed. Right now, the Lord of the Nations, the Asura of falsehood, his level of intransigence is unbelievable. So the virtue shelter has to be destroyed and we have to get down to action. Next, inside out and top down vector. This is, the previous, I haven't yet finished. Inside out and top down vector. This is the Swarat Samrat principle. Anybody who does not do sadhana and tries to get into this whole space will shoot himself and end up doing far more damage than good. Because without the universalization of the consciousness through the interiorization in the inner beings, and hence some level of psychicization to connect upwards, to be able to receive the force and the guidance, will end up being the externalization fallacy and the identity activism trap. Too many people have no idea of what Swarat means, but want to be Samrats. Our history is littered with revolutions where those who put people on the guillotines themselves were placed in the guillotines tomorrow or day after. At this juncture in history, we do not have the luxury for that. So it is actually the time for the integral sadhakas to be on the war field. Next slide, please. Finally, everybody doesn't have to do everything. This is yet another problem with this blind and misplaced activism trap. Oh, there is some action happening outside. Let me feel important and jump in. Do a street dharna or go and throw stones somewhere or break some glasses there. And this is all mob and mass consciousness. One operates on the outer vital impulse. One has no idea what Swabhava means and therefore no clue to what one Swadharma is. The world is full of such individuals, and that is actually being used by the Lord of the Nations, by the Asura of falsehood, to serve his own purpose. Those of us who are aware of the Matrix movie series, there's a sentence there. Those who are not aware of the workings of the Matrix become its unconscious agents, right? So the Asura uses, and most of the ideological, political, economic movements in the world over the last 300 years have all been hijacked by the Asura of falsehood. So each of these individuals think they are doing a great thing, serving humanity, but actually they are doing the bidding of the devil. We are done. Next slide, and we can take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So now invite questions, thoughts, and reflections, please. And maybe we can gather a few thoughts together and you can kindly think together after that. So please. Maybe just to initiate a conversation. Now you offer some thoughts about the activists and possibly a self-critical question could be, now what is the quality of those judgments? There are varieties of activists with the world. And look at, for example, Greta Thunberg, a young girl, and see, and then there are qualities of people who are dedicating their lives to the world, and so your judgment, a totalizing judgment on activists, to what extent it is in tune with the spirit of integral yoga. So this is just one thought, and let us invite more questions, please.
Thank you for the question. If you investigate Greta Thunberg, you will discover that she is on the team of the Asura. All her projections about virtue is all false. She is in the contingent of the anti-divine. If you do a little bit of research and not go by the mainstream media, the mainstream media projection of Greta Thunberg is a deliberate attempt to show her and get followers. If you go a little bit behind the history in Sweden, who brought her up, where has she been schooled, which other conferences she attended, you will realize Greta Thunberg is a pawn. She is a victim of child abuse.
No, I think you are making totalizing judgments, and which requires a lot of meditative self-reflection, just to say the least, just to speak the least. So I request you to kindly meditate with, because this kind of totalizing judgment on other people, it calls for deep self-reflection and deep yoga. I would just because I would just invite you to kindly be a little bit meditative about this propensity to pronounce judgment on others. Because integral yoga, whether integral yoga involves this kind of, but it is just a little submissions. But let us carry forward the many other aspects of your presentation. So I invite thoughts from friends co-present here, please.
Nilesh, a very general question which comes up all the times when we talk about undivine or evil. Why undivine? Why evil at all?
Well, it goes back to the schism that ultimately when the overmental devolution happens, which is the beginning of the ignorance, and ultimately that gets more pronounced as we go lower and lower down the planes, all forces have to have their full play. All forces, because one of the principles of the divine action is full freedom, isn't it? So that includes the freedom of every individual to choose to be fully undivine. And until that full freedom is given and the manifestation is allowed to work itself out to give full freedom to all those propensities, as we know at the overmind level, each propensity, behind each propensity is a god or a cosmic force, right? Or a cosmic principle. And every such principle, every such force, as it goes down that manifestation ladder, tries to fulfill itself, fructify itself completely, as if in neglect of all the other forces. When it does that, it is given the license to play. And it has to be given that license to play, otherwise the overall optimization will not happen. It is only at the supermind where the consciousness of oneness is so strong and secure that despite all the disparate tendencies of these divergent forces, a total harmony can be brought about. Until that happens, the undivine has to have its play. That is why Greta Thunbergs are looting the world. And all of us think that she's God's gift to mankind.
With respect, I again request your meditative self-reflection. Kindly do not make some judgment on another soul, please.
Sir, you need not accept my judgment. I'm just telling you the point of view based on my research.
Please,
you do not agree with it, you need not.
It's not a question of agreement or disagreement. You continue to pass judgment on others, which is fundamentally problematic. Please, our main point is
no, the undivine has to be called the undivine. The evil has to be called out. The refusal to call the undivine the undivine.
Greta Thunberg is undivine. This is really calling for
completely, totally undivine.
I think you are. We need to. I request you to kindly.
I thank you for your suggestion, sir. I know you are doing it from a place of good intention. So I acknowledge you for that and I thank you for it. But I'm speaking from a place of research and therefore I am convinced of what I'm saying. But I'm not asking you to accept that point.
Research is deeply problematic. You are engineered by the whole capitalist lobby, which is an investment in the contemporary climate collapse. So therefore, let us not pass judgment on others when it is not the place for that. Please.
It's not only I who is passing the judgment, sir, with all due respect.
There are many vested interests, but this totalizing comment on the activist, it has no place for an integral yoga. Sri Aurobindo also was an activist. Sri Aurobindo was put on sedition charge. Would you think that...
Sir, I mentioned activists who have not done the sadhana. Not all activists.
How do you know that she has not done the sadhana? Please, how do you know that?
No, I'm only talking of those people who have not done the sadhana. There are many activists who have done sadhana. There are many who have not.
Standard format of sadhana? Please do. No, but still, is there a particular standard format of sadhana?
No, the sadhana is administered by the divine according to the specific nature of the sadhaka. There is no standard format. I agree with you. Your sadhana will be different from mine because our natures are different. The prakriti is different, even though we are unified at the soul level.
Okay, I think let us extend our conversation first.
So in the context of divine and the undivine, I would have come across in the light divine service. There's a real Maya and the unreal Maya. So when we understand the whole cosmological existence, this undivine, identifying the existence as undivine falls under the unreal Maya, I think so. From the perspective of real Maya, from the vision of the Sachidananda, I think there is nothing is characterized as undivine existence. I believe the passages which I have come across in the so from which realm we are pursuing the divineness and the undivineness is matters, I think so. If we are pursuing from the unreal Maya, then there falls the identity of or the pluralism of these multiplicities, where we call it as divineness and undivineness. All those dichotomy, all the dualities falls in. From the real Maya, where the Sachidananda is itself aware of all these multi-complexity or variabilities and varieties, I don't think so there exists a divineness and undivineness. because as we are aware, even the undivine identity is itself another form of the complete divineness from like divine, as far as my understanding regard to like divineness.
No, you're absolutely right. That is the whole point mentioned in the first thing about the practical and the essential distinction. Essentially, no distinction. But the practical distinction is there and it is very pressing. So you're right. Yes.
Dr. Anuradha Choudry ji, if you have any questions, you may also ask.
So maybe you refer to a very important thought of Sri Aurobindo about Swarat and Samrat. So if you could elaborate, what is your understanding of Swarat and Samrat? And this idea of the Samrat, because there is a conventional understanding of Samrat as something who is power. But, is there a different realization of Samrat who is not just a follower of idolatry of power, but embodies other modes of being and becoming?
Very good question, sir. This is what distinguishes Sri Aurobindo's philosophy from the Nietzschean supermanhood. So Nietzsche's Übermensch or supermanhood was the notion of the Samrat that you just mentioned, which is basically expansion of the human in the current operating system of humanity, which is basically the vital mental expansion. When the vital mental expansion proceeds beyond the level without the descent of an higher principle, the aggrandization of the ego results in creating the asura. And then the concept of Samrat becomes ruling over others. And ruling over others is essentially the extremely un-yogic principle. It is the asuric principle of domination, control, and making others obey you and feeling proud about it. So the reason, although there is no clear correlation or direct proof, many people from a spiritual angle say that Nietzsche's philosophy, directly or indirectly, led to the National Socialist movement within 60 to 70 years. Because again, this whole thing that Sampad mentioned, when a particular propensity is taken to its extreme and it's allowed to play out, it can wreak havoc, and that is what ended up happening. So Hitler went on the Samrat principle, which you just alluded, which is the Lord of the Nations principle. Whereas the integral yogic notion of Samrat is servant leadership, is a leader who doesn't want to dominate or rule, but his only privilege and joy is to be of service to those who need him. And that is the yogic principle which India will hopefully establish on earth as Vishwaguru.
Thank you. Let us still have a few more, let us say, orchestra of thinking. We have the gift of co-presence of Priyanka ji, who has joined us. Would you have some questions and thoughts, please?
I think I'm still exploring the idea. I do not have enough knowledge to ask questions.
So any other question and thought, please?
All I can ask for is some more information on, he talked about Swadharma. So
Yes.
what is actually the meaning of Swadharma when we see it in this context? In the context of right divine.
You asked, just to understand whether I got the question correctly, did you ask about what Swadharma means?
Yes.
Yeah.
Meaning of Swadharma in the context of life divine.
Swadharma is basically one's vocation or profession or work chosen for the world. And so basically we could say, to loosely speak of today's language, what job are you in? I mean, that's a very sort of a very tongue-in-cheek way of saying it. What are you engaged in? What do you do in life? And from the Aurobindonian perspective, Swadharma or world service has to be in consonance with, or in sync with, or in correlation with Swabhava. So the two terms go together. I'm not sure whether it's clearly this is mentioned in the Life Divine, but in the Essays on the Gita, there's a full chapter on Swabhava and Swadharma. And Swabhava needs to be understood before we can appreciate Swadharma. Swabhava is one's own inner spiritual nature, temperament, disposition. So as we know, the soul, which is our inmost true nature and individuality, is a portion of the divine from outside creation. And because it is a portion of the divine, its destiny is to manifest a certain aspect of the divine truth and conduct a certain aspect of the divine work. That is why we were created. Otherwise, there would be spiritual and mathematical superfluity for so many of us being here. So everybody here in this room, virtually, has a different soul calling. But when we are under the egoic impulsion of the outer nature and living superficially, moved around by the world forces, we are cut off from that true calling. And therefore, the job and profession that we end up choosing is not aligned with what we are supposed to be doing. And therefore, we end up feeling dissatisfied and unfulfilled, and not the whole thing about job satisfaction, employee turnover, etc., etc. From the yogic angle, to discover Swadharma, one has to tune into one's Swabhava. And to tune into one's Swabhava, one has to begin to approach one's own soul or discover one's own psychic presence. That itself is a part of the yogic journey. As we heard, psychic transformation is the first step of the first and indispensable step of the integral yoga. When psychic transformation happens and the governance of our outer nature is moved from the ego to the soul, we begin to unearth what our true spiritual nature is. And as that unearthing happens, that knowledge ends up being instrumental in our choosing our right Swadharma. It can't be done before.
Thank you, Nilesh ji. But we have
we reflect on the divine and the undivine. In the context, when we look the modern day context, it is not that when we speak about the process of awareness, in the modern age we see the undivine more, but there are also instances where we see that there is some divine dimension also there. So it is something which is moving towards divinity, but again, the context outside in the modern age may not allow the person to go in that particular direction or progress in that direction. So,
I'm sorry, I'm unable to hear your question, but I please continue. I will request somebody closer to the mic if they can repeat the question. Sorry, please continue. Sorry, I apologize because I'm on the.
When we try to focus on the dimension of divine and undivine, there is a focus on the dimension of awareness and trying to move towards something. Now, this is something as an ideal kind of a process. But in context, when we look at the modern age context, we see the problems of life today, and when we see that there are unethical actions which are more. In this context also, we see that there are people who are making an attempt to progress from the undivine to divine. But there is also possibility that they may not be in a position, they may not have that kind of understanding. So there is a shift always from divine and divine. So in this context, I want your perspective that in the modern day context, how is it possible that this journey can be more consistent? And do you think today it is more essential to redefine or reconstruct what we understand by undivine? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I mean, both the Mother and Sri Aurobindo have generally defined the undivine as the attachment to ignorance. And said differently, it is the continued habitual repetition and almost a kind of a liking for the continuance of one's own imperfections. Now, be that as it may, just by itself, does it become undivine? Not necessarily. But if we impose on this notion the evolutionary movement and the demand made on mankind of the time spirit or the yuga dharma, then what is not undivine today, in whichever parameter way we to define it, will become undivine or may become undivine tomorrow. So I think this question has to be placed in the time spirit, I mean, which is one of the, the theme of the paper itself. In a time spirited contextualization, so for example, naivety or innocence, the see no evil, hear no evil thing. About 2000 years ago, it might have been a very, probably even a desirable quality. Why unnecessarily pollute your consciousness with something which is unpleasant and, undivine? But the point is that when the Asura, who is actually a devolved power of the divine ultimately, it's just that the divine is allowing the Asura to have its play before destroying him completely. The Asura makes use of that little, what is considered to be a virtue, to actually misuse it and prolong and proliferate his reign, because he can bank on the fact that there are many people in the world who don't want to look at evil, don't want to consider it, don't want to think that there is something amiss here, or there is an agenda, there is an ulterior, deep, deceptive hypocrisy operating here. And in my view, in my research, which goes back to the whole contentious point that we have been debating here, is that once that understanding happens and we expose ourselves to that knowledge, the proliferation of the undivine begins to shock us. And naivety, therefore, will not serve us anymore if we have to be able to recognize the undivine and fight it. So it's a scale that changes its threshold values as time spirit as time progresses, and the demands on the time spirit changes.
I just have just an example. For example, when we look at the Gurukula system, the Guru used to share the knowledge and would not take anything in return. In context of today, we see this has changed totally. So what was a kind of swadharma in that context Today, in that sense, we cannot call ourselves guru because we are doing it for a particular purpose. So in that sense, I'm trying to also have this particular aspect that it was having a layer of divinity in that sense. But today, what is the status? If we have to objectively look at it.
Madam, I think this thing about objectively looking at does not apply to this age. Because what is objective to my frame of reference, based on my knowledge, my information, my value system, need not be objective for you. And for us to debate it beyond the point is meaningless. So the whole notion of objective ceases to exist, except at the level of gross materiality, where the manas and the sense mind operates and says, this is black and this is white and this is blue. Objective criteria cease to apply, which is why he calls it the dawn of the subjective age. And it is necessarily so. In Western philosophy, this is called phenomenology. The subjective experience determines my reality and will determine the inner calling of what I do. And what to me is objective fact or truth will not be to somebody else. And to try to establish that actually is a recipe for war. So therefore, he explains in the human cycle, you may remember that why the subjective age is necessarily a precursor to the spiritual age, because of the correlation of ontology and epistemology. We covered epistemology, I think, we covered some aspects of it in day one. This is also refers to the notion of adhikara, which was covered in another. So in other words, I am given access to knowledge commensurate with the development of the instruments of my knowledge. And until the instruments of my knowledge, based on the Vedantic knowledge, the ego and its dualities, and until my instrumentation has reached a certain level to be able to absorb, let alone work on that knowledge, I'm actually not given access to it. So therefore, therefore that same applies to everybody in the room. So from there to try to establish objectivity is not only meaningless, but potentially, conflictual.
So, dear friends, any other friend wishing to share a thought? Okay, any other friend, please? Okay.
Adding to the discussion on I think this could be analyzed from the philosophical perspective, specifically G. Moore's ethical perspective, or the possibility of defining the good. Only the term differs here. It's the divine as far as the presentation is concerned, but the philosophical discussion is good. Can we able to define good? Defining the good as far as Gautam Ghosal sir's methodology is concerned, how we are going to define the subject term good and how it goes to relate the connotation of the term predicate. So sir is giving some sort of suspended syntax where the predicate is somewhere transcendental, whereas madam is expecting something which is, madam and sir is expecting something which need to be in the text. So I think this boundary is behind both the extremes where I need to be worked out as far as the methodology is concerned, analysis is concerned, what my understanding. Because this either extreme will lead to a paradox or an individual bridge, as far as my philosophical analysis is concerned. And sir added some phenomenological perspective where I found something which is out of the track, because phenomenology works with the consciousness which is intentional towards the object. It is not the consciousness which works based on whatever is given here. The intention is working as a consciousness, whatever here. By seeing these delegates, I believe as a one part of a delegate. So it works as an intention of the object. So if there is an undivine existence, it is because of the existence of the undivine existence what here is. It is nearly out of track of the discussion, as I believe. Thank you.
Could you hear the thoughts, Nilesh?
No, but I'm afraid because sometimes it was cutting out. I didn't want to interrupt, so I couldn't get it. Could you just
Let me just
sorry.
put some of the key thoughts very quickly. One is the whole idea of the divine, and he's saying that Moore talks about good. And though he points to the problem of defining good, but we can also relate to the challenge of realizing the good. And just to add to this question about the subjective and the objective, and very quickly we'll wrap up in 2 to 3 minutes. Just to add to that is that our idea of the divine or the good has a subjective dimension, as you point to subjective term. But all these subjective dimensions are not isolated from each other. There are also meeting points of the subjective term. So this is also part of our reality of the human condition. So therefore, whether we call divine or good, and it is not just limited to the subjective, though our subjective realization plays a part, but how does our subjective term come together in our condition of mutuality? And it is from that point of view, when we understand Swabhava and Swadharma, though it relates to the inner self and the self, but it also happens in a relational field. Therefore, my Swabhava and Swadharma also happens in the field where I would have to acknowledge your Swabhava and Swadharma. So it then brings to the dimension of Sahabhava, not only Swabhava, Sahabhava, and Sahadharma. In a way, we can relate to integral yoga as also a journey with both Swabhava and Sahabhava, and Swadharma and Sahadharma.
No, you're absolutely right, sir. The whole thing about the divine dispensation of the, if you remember, the original spiritual principle of the Chaturvarnya and the 4 aspects of the corporate existence for society, it necessarily involves different swabhavas and different swadharmas to work together so that all functions of society are fulfilled. So you're absolutely right. And in the philosophical sense, between 2 subjectives is an intersubjective. And the whole basis of the ideal of human unity is psychological unity, not territorial, geographic, political, economic, and various other forms of unity that we have tried and have failed or are failing in the world. He envisions a world where the basis of unity is psychological. And psychological unity means my subjective space intersects with your subjective space so well or so neatly and harmoniously that if we work together, we will not have any conflict or we will minimize conflict. But that can only happen when the Swabhava has been unearthed and the Swadharma has been effectuated, for which the person concerned needed to have had some flowering of his psychic presence, and therefore the indispensability of the first stage of the integral yoga. Otherwise, it will end up being a confusion, a disharmony, or at best a temporary harmony. So you're making a very valid point.
So thank you, Nileshji. We are almost at the concluding moment of our being together.
So thank you so much, Nilesh Marikji, for presenting this paper, and Anantagiriji for chairing this afternoon session. And now we will like to move on with the valedictory session, and we will start by invocating the divine. So I would request you all to join with me in this invocation. Om Tat Savitur Varam Rupam Jyotih Parasya Dhimah Ayana Satyena Vipaye. Om Shanti Shanti. So, welcome everyone to the valedictory session of this 3-day national seminar. And as a first event of this valedictory session, I would like to invite Abhishek Tripathi to summarize the entire 3-day event for us. Please, sir.
So very good afternoon to this gathering, and maybe some of us who are watching online. So after 3 days of rigorous and sincere attempt to unify the involution and evolution of unified consciousness of Sri Aurobindo, the conference, the Herald of Life Divine, which was centered around the magnum opus of Sri Aurobindo, 3 days of very rigorous, number of researchers and very prominent and eminent professors have presented their papers. In the at the outset, it would also be very much appropriate to thank the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, the Rishihood University, and Rashtriya Public School, the coordinator of the event, Dr Sachidananda Mishra ji, to organize this conference. In the inaugural session, we had a keynote speaker, Professor Kundan Singh, chief guest Professor Sachidananda Mishra ji, and Sahil Agrawal, the CEO of Rishihood University. As the keynote speaker, Professor Kundan Singh actually alluded on number of ideas of basically centered around Indian epistemology, vis-a-vis divine life and Aurobindo's philosophy. Whereas our chief guest, Professor Sachidananda Mishra ji, he was also alluding to the connection between the Vedantic principles and Aurobindo's philosophy in great detail. And in the first, and then the CEO of the Rishihood University, Sahil Agrawal, also shared with us about this whole genesis of this university and how even the name Rishihood, emergence of the name Rishihood. In the first plenary session, we had Professor Sachidananda Mohanty ji, and I think it was the perfect beginning of the conference, where you put in perspective whether it's literature, philosophy, Aurobindo's philosophy in the context of his own time and preceding him in the context of the development of philosophy and historicity. And then we had some of the paper presented on the day one, where in that particular session, we talked about the involution and evolution theory, integration of unified consciousness on day one. And we also talked about this going into the second day, where we had sessions and paper presented by eminent scholars and researchers, ranging from the issue of ego in the context of life divine to in the context of education, value education, and so on. And then we move on to the social aspects of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy in the context of life divine. And we had some papers also in the realm of social reforms vis-a-vis life divine. And in the culminating day now, in day 3, we had 3 papers. And just to mention that I think in total we have 11 papers presented during this 3-day of conference. And in the final day, we also discussed, I think, the life divine in the context whether Aurobindo as a poet and philosopher and poet. Some of the papers alluded to that. And then we talked about practical Vedanta and the divinization of whole human perfection. So I would like to summarize this as Aurobindo said to one of his disciples when he asked that, I want to write something on your life. And he said, no one can write on my life because it has not been seen on the surface for men to see. Maybe he was alluding all of us to live and practice more than to see and dig further deep. So I think we have tried all level best as a community to look and dig deep into it. And I would like to thank the organizer and Dr. Shyam sir for blessing the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Abhishek Tripathi for summarizing the entire event. And we are honored to have, we are very pleased to have Sri Shobhit Mathurji, Vice Chancellor, Rishihood University with us. And so I would like every participant to share their experience which they had in these 3 days of the seminar in front of him, so that this whole 3-day seminar could come to a meaningful end. And first and foremost, I would like to welcome Sri Gautam Ghosal to share his experience. He has been a silent observer for the 3 days. And so please, sir, please come forward and share your experience.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Mathurji, Rishihood University, my teacher, Professor Sachidananda Mishra sir, and other esteemed participants. Actually, I came here as a silent spectator. Neither am I a scholar, nor I belong to academia like many of you. Then why this audacity on my part? I have a sense of offering anything and everything at the lotus feet of the Supreme Divine Mother. And this is the sole source of my strength and audacity. Professor Mishra sir has asked me just an hour ago that I have to speak for for 4 to 5 minutes. I have not gone through Life Divine as yet. So I do not consider myself to be an Todhikari to talk on Life Divine. Still, as asked by my teacher, Professor Mishra sir, let me compile, let me bring to your notice 4 to 5 quotations from the Life Divine. I do not know whether it will be some sort of summary or not. But first, I think Professor S.K. Mitra, the Dean and Head of the Department of Philosophy of Benares Hindu University, I think the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, an introduction to the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, in my opinion, was the first commentary on Life Divine. I think so far. I'm not sure. And it was published as early as in 1941, immediately after publication of the Life Divine, where S.K. Mitra has said that the fundamental idea upon which the whole structure of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy rests is that matter as well as spirit is to be looked upon as real. This is the first fundamental idea behind the Life Divine, behind the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo. And then, how we are to approach Life Divine? How we are to approach Life Divine? Because Life Divine, the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo is not only philosophy, because his philosophy joins yoga as well. So what is how we are to approach Life Divine? Professor Mitra says, this will be made possible. And what What will be made possible? This ascent from man mind to supermind, what we call life divine in a physical body. So this will be made possible, this ascent from mind to supermind, by the descent of the latter into the former through the rending of the veil which separates them. How, however, is this to be effected? It will be effected by the divine Shakti. It will be effected by the divine Shakti. But even if the divine Shakti comes forward to rend the veil will not be rent. Why? The light of the supermind will not illumine our consciousness. Why? Unless there is an intense aspiration on our part for it and an opening out of the whole of our body, life, mind and soul for the purpose of receiving the light. And here, at this juncture, here is the point where philosophy joins hands with yoga. This is the crux of the approach, how we should approach life divine. So here is the point where philosophy joins hand with yoga. What philosophy establishes theoretically as a fundamental necessity, we can only realize practically through yoga. So integral yoga, philosophy, life divine, and the divine mother. And then what is the way? What is the way? We have the refusal of the ascetics. We have the denial of the materialists. So how we are to resolve? Here is the answer of the life divine. Here is the answer of the life divine. Sri Aurobindo says in life divine, and yet the question cannot be solved by logic arguing on the data of our ordinary physical existences. Why? For in those data, there is always a hiatus of experience which renders all argument inconclusive. We have normally neither any definitive experience of a cosmic mind or supermind, not bound up with the life of the individual body, nor, on the other hand, any firm limit of experience which should justify us in supposing that our subjective self really depends upon the physical frame and can neither survive it nor enlarge itself beyond the individual body. Then what is the way out? Only by an extension of the field of our consciousness. Maharishi says, only by an extension of the field of our consciousness or an unhooked for increase in our instrument of knowledge. Unhooked for increase in our instrument of knowledge, can the ancient quarrel be decided? The extension of our consciousness to be satisfied must necessarily by an inner enlargement from the individual into the cosmic existence. Then we are capable of, is human being capable of ascending towards supermind? Here is Maharishi's answer. Animal is satisfied, but Professor Choudry did refer to this quotation partially. The animal is satisfied with a modicum of necessity. The gods, the small g, the gods are content with their splendors. But man cannot rest permanently until he reaches some highest good. He is the greatest of living beings because he is most discontented, because he feels most the pressure of limitations. He alone, perhaps is capable of being seized by the divine frenzy for a remote ideal. So we are capable of ascending towards that remote ideal. Then what is supermind? Nobody has, perhaps we have not realized supermind. So how we can intellectually grasp the idea of supermind? Here is the answer of Sri Aurobindo. It is from his volume number 12, Essence Divine and Human. Arise, transcend thyself, become thyself. Rather arise, transcend thyself, become thyself. Thou art man, and the whole nature of man is to become more than himself. He was the man animal. He has become more than the animal man. He is the thinker, the craftsman, the seeker after beauty. He shall be more than the thinker. He shall be the seer of knowledge. He shall be more than the craftsman. He shall be the creator and master of his creation. He shall be more than the seeker of beauty, for he shall enjoy all beauty and all delight. Physical, he seeks for his immortal substance. Vital, he seeks after immortal life and the infinite power of his being. Mental and partially knowledge, he seeks after the whole life and the utter vision. To possess these is to become the Superman. To possess these is to become the Superman. And then finally, what is then our business in this universe? What is man's business in this universe? Why we are here on this earth? So man is dear. It is again from the light divine. It is again from the light divine. Man is dear to affirm himself in the universe. That is his first business, but also to evolve and finally to exceed himself. He has to enlarge his partial being into a complete being, his partial consciousness into an integral consciousness. He has to achieve mastery of his environment, but also world union and world harmony. He has to realize his individuality, but also to enlarge it into a cosmic self and a universal and spiritual delight of existence. Transformation, a seasoning and correction of all that is obscure, erroneous, and ignorant in his mentality, an ultimate arrival at a free and wide harmony and luminousness of knowledge and will and feeling and action and character is the evident intention of his nature. It is the ideal which the creative energy has composed on his intelligence, a need implanted by her in his mental and vital substance. But this can only be accomplished by his growing into a larger being, a larger consciousness, self-enlargement, self-fulfillment, self-evolution from what he partially and temporarily is in his actual and apparent nature to what he completely is in his secret self and spirit, and therefore can become even in his manifest existence is the object of his creation. His hope is the justification of his life upon earth amidst the phenomena of the cosmos. The outer apparent man, an ephemeral being, subject to the constraint of his material embodiment and imprisoned in a limited mentality, has to become the inner real man, master of himself and his environment and universal in his being. In a more vivid and less metaphysical language, the natural man has to evolve himself into the divine man. The sons of death have to know themselves as the children of immortality. It is on this account that the human birth can be described as the turning point in the evolution, the critical stage in earth nature. Let me now conclude with two quotations from the mother. Then what Sri Aurobindo represents in world history, ultimately. Mother says, because the mother is the only we can believe in her comment, because he knows Sri Aurobindo. Mother says, what Sri Aurobindo represents in the world history is not a teaching, not even a revelation. It is a decisive action direct from the Supreme. And lastly, Is life divine upon earth possible? Is it a possibility? Again, let me quote Mother from his diary entry 30th March 1940. She met Sri Aurobindo on 29th March 1940. And on the next day, and this is, he wrote in his diary, in her diary, and let me quote from her diary, it matters little. It matters little that there are thousands of being plunged in the densest ignorance. He whom we saw yesterday, he whom we saw yesterday is on earth. His presence is enough to prove that a day will come upon darkness. A day will come when darkness shall be transformed into light, and thy reign shall be indeed established upon earth. And lastly, final one, last quotation, how we should approach Sri Aurobindo's work. In his essays on the Gita, in the very first chapter, towards the concluding part, towards the end, he concludes the first chapter that is entitled Our Demand and Need from the Gita. Maharishi says, our object then in studying the Gita will not be a scholastic or academical scrutiny of its thought, nor to place its philosophy in the history of metaphysical speculation, nor shall we deal with it in the manner of the analytical dialectician. We approach it. Why we approach it? We approach it for help and light, and our aim must be to distinguish its essential and living message, that in it on which humanity has to seize for its perfection and its highest spiritual welfare. I think this is the approach. With this approach, we should approach all other works of Mahayogi. And let me express my thanks and gratitude to the entire fraternity of the Rishihood University. And with these few words, let me conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diganta ji, for sharing with us your thoughts. And now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mishra ji, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, to share with us his experience for this teaching.
Professor Mathur, the Vice Chancellor of Rishihood University. Professor Mishra, the coordinator / director of the national level seminar, Life Divine as the Herald, the seminar on Life Divine, and Sri Aurobindo as the Herald of Life Divine, and his able assistants, fellow delegates, other invitees. I shall be very brief. I shall offer a few observations, and then I'll give one or two suggestions for your kind consideration. One is that I think, like others, I was deeply conscious of the fact that we were witness to the intersection of two crucial events. One is the 175th anniversary of Sri Aurobindo, and the second is the 75th anniversary of him. I think the coming together and the intersection of the two events, the significance was not lost on us, and decidedly not upon me. So I think we were given an opportunity to participate in this event. And I recall my days when I was growing up at the Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education. One year before the birth anniversary of Sri Aurobindo, 1972, in 1971, Mother suggested to a few disciples, especially Uddayada and others, to take the message of Sri Aurobindo to the national level itself. And what she had in mind is not publicity, propagation of the ideas and of the teachings of Mother, of Sri Aurobindo. Because we remember what Sri Aurobindo had said about propaganda. He said propaganda is meant only for politics and patented medicine. And by taking the message of Sri Aurobindo to the national level, and I think we are witnessing to the second chapter of that kind of an event, what she meant was that in a dignified and a solemn manner, let the countrymen know about the message of Sri Aurobindo, which was not creedal, which was not doctrinaire, and which was not judgmental also. Very important. Let the countrymen know about the message of Sri Aurobindo. I think that approach is, to my mind, as an academic who has been in 30 years in the academic world, I think that is a very unique kind of a perspective. Because what is envisaged is not conversion, is not really convincing other people to our own point of view, but letting them judge about the worthwhileness and the significance of that message. The second thing, Professor Mathur, that I learned here, which I have not learned elsewhere, as a seminarian, to realize the utter inadequacy of the words in the seminar. To my mind, the worthwhile thing that happened to me for the past 3 years, or 3 days or so, was not to be judgmental because we came from diverse background, and not to moralize, not to be judgmental about what others are doing. And I can speak for only myself, because I do not claim that I know the thinking about the others. And it is not a fake kind of humility, but it is genuineness with which I am speaking. At the end of each seminar, Professor Mathur, I would go to this wonderful room of yours that you have provided in the guest house. I would open the balcony door, glass panel door. I will sit there late in the evening, late at night, and early in the morning, basically to assimilate the best thing that I have heard, not so much in the seminar itself, but the words and the vibrations and the reverberations in the mantric sense of the words of Sri Aurobindo. I did not have a copy of Life Divine with me, but fortunately I had brought a PDF version of Life Divine. This morning I read The Problem of Life, and I must say that I had a kind of an understanding that I had not had before. I came to this place, Professor Mathur, partly with curiosity because of the name of this university itself, Rishihood University. And when I came here, I thought that there are possibilities here because it is a work in progress. It is a university in the making itself. And I see possibilities. I would like to congratulate you and commend the efforts of you and your young CEO and all the rest of them for making this kind of a effort towards a kind of an education that is not available neither in the public sector nor in the private sector. Next 2 suggestions I'm going to make after telling you about how I benefited from this, not through words and not through semantics, but going beyond the words and which do not really annul the significance of the words. But we need to go beyond the words. That is what Sri Aurobindo says. 2 suggestions I'll make. For you, you are the leader of this experiment. The first suggestion, Professor Mathur, I will make as a former fellow Vice Chancellor, is that each time you have an event of this kind, please have one town hall kind of a lecture involving the entire university community. I would envisage, if it was possible, what does Sri Aurobindo mean, and what does Life Divine mean to the youth? Because Sri Aurobindo stands for the youth. We remember in the Vande Mataram days, he said, our call is to the youth. Although youth is not a state of mind, one can be a youthful person at the age of 60 and 70. But he also had young people, physical in the physical sense. So there's a difference between the 2 approaches. And the second suggestion I would like to make to you, Professor Mathur, is that you have wonderful departments and the schools of study. Please have some foundational course where all the students are exposed to the rudiments and the basic and the foundations of what would constitute, and it is an open-ended kind of a list of what I would call Indic studies. I would imagine, Professor Mathur, that in your own school of creativity, performing arts, students should read about the national value of art and Renaissance in India and the Bengal School of Art and Rabindranath Tagore. Such examples can be multiplied from the Indic point of view, which is not revivalistic, but which is progressive. The distinction is very important to make, because Sri Aurobindo said We don't belong to the noons of the past, but we belong to the dawns of the future. Thank you very much and congratulations, Professor Mathur and your able team.
Thank you so much, Professor Mishra. And now I would like to
Professor
invite.
I know you have great admiration for him, but I also have an identity.
Thank you so much, Professor.
We identified Professor Sachidananda Mishra who was on the first list.
So I would like to ask any other invited speakers if they would like to share their experience with us. They are please welcome. Yeah, please, Sarojkant Mishra ji. Come here, sir.
Respected Vice Chancellor, my esteemed fellow speakers, Dr. Professor Mahanti, Dr. Sachidananda Mishra, and all others. It has been quite a wonderful 3 days for all of us. We have enjoyed it, and it is very heartening to see a young Vice Chancellor, because the post Vice Chancellor always implies that there must be an aged man, old man. But somehow or other, for the past time, I have been witnessing a Vice Chancellor who is very young.
Excuse me, I am not aged.
Sir, who says age is just a number? But in the physical sense, as you said a little moment before. And the 3 days deliberation have been quite fruitful. And I also endorse what Professor Mahanti has said, that this must have some wider connotation. And in future, whenever this type of seminars are arranged, please take care of that. I will be very brief, and in some lines of Rabindranath Tagore, I want to conclude. Rabina কিছুই সেদিন যেদিন চলে যেতে হবে পৃথিবী ছেড়ে, শুধু থেকে যাবে স্মৃতি আলো আন্ধার। Nothing is going to remain when we have to leave this world and go, but the memory will remain, and the memory will haunt, and this memory I will cherish for the rest of my life. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Yeah, Ramaswamy.
Respected Vice Chancellor and the dignitaries here, and my name is Dr. Ramaswamy Subramony, Department of English, Madura College, Madurai. I was born in Kerala, the land of Acharya Shankara, and worked in Tamil Nadu where Sri Aurobindo made his cave of Tapasya. The yajna that was conducted here for 3 days was overwhelming. The vision of Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo of integrating ancient knowledge in the light of modern wisdom. I'm sure in this great Rishihood University, this would be a great place of tapasya, where ancient knowledge would be disseminated according to modern life. And the 3 tasks that Sri Aurobindo gave in Foundations of Indian Culture: research on ancient India in modern light, reviving ancient Indian wisdom in modern situation, and creating new forms of art under the inspiration of ancient ideals. This will all be done here. We are grateful to you, sir, for the hospitality, and to Sachidananda ji also for the hospitality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramaswamy ji. Now I would like to call Priya to share.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mr. Shobhit Mathurji, Professor Mishra, fellow delegates, and my dear students. This was a unique conference. It is stated that great masters do not go away. They continue to guide and inspire us. The minute we pause, we are able to grasp the vibrations and connect with this divine spirit. I think this conference gave us an opportunity to pause and feel the deeper vibration. taking us closer to wisdom dialogue and discussion in context to life and work of Sri Aurobindo with special reference to the life divine. This conference also helped us to get more clarity, not only on Sri Aurobindo's thought, but as fellow Indians, we philosophized in what way we can transform the world within and without. So in this way, there was knowledge sharing, understanding. There was also a focus on how Sri Aurobindo's philosophy can be applied. Just a suggestion, the university, that you have 5 main departments. And as I look at it as a researcher, I feel Sri Aurobindo's thoughts can be integrated with the different 5 initiatives in a very unique way. And this can be some innovative way to connect the younger generation and to help them understand the essence of Indian thought. Second thing is I must put it on record. The seminar was so well organized. The YouTube document, the update was so immediate. And I have no words to say that I felt that this was not just like any other conference. It was a different conference in itself. So let me conclude with a small story. There was a person in a village who had this habit of criticizing everything. So people were irritated by that person. So they went to God and they stated the complaint that this person always criticizes. So please do something. Please change this person. God agreed with it and took up the challenge. And so there was a situation which was made where there was a rich merchant who went and met this person. And then there was a friendship which developed. So the rich merchant actually was God, disguised as a rich merchant. And then they became friends. This rich merchant invited this Mr. Criticizer to his house in the next village. So he said, no, I don't want to come. But he said, no, now you're my friend, you can come. And so he finally went to this merchant's house. So the merchant took full care to give him the best so that this person doesn't criticize. And after 3 days, when it was time to say goodbye, because he had enjoyed everything. So Indian hospitality. So as he went, the guest and the host, as the guest said goodbye, the host was very happy because finally he was not criticized. So as the guest went ahead, the host was very happy. And the guest paused. He turned back and said, I want to say something. So the host, means God, was taken aback. What do you want to say? You gave us everything. You gave us the best thing. You gave me the best thing, but I think you overdid it. You shouldn't have done this. So when we talk about goodness, there are no words. And when we talk about changing habits, it's so difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I would like to request Anantagiri ji to share with us his thoughts.
And friends co-planet who have been together, we may say for 3 days, but for some of us, it is also 3 decades. And in the spirit of Sri Aurobindo and the mother, possibly we have been eternally intertwined. And Confucius, in his Analects, begins with this joy. We have been speaking about joy of togetherness. And seminar is, in a way, it's first of all, a space and time of togetherness. And Confucius says, what a joy it is when friends from afar come together, study together. And our seminar has been a space and time for that. In fact, to be with Sri Aurobindo in the mother, Sri Aurobindo in this moment of 150 years, is to really be part of friends from all over the world and study together. And this study together involves different processes. Think of, like a reference was made in today's presentation. I think you referred to Sri Aurobindo's letter to possibly a soul named Dara. And Sri Aurobindo may not have many, co-travelers from Muslim community, but he might have had some. The challenge of study together is that how we study Sri Aurobindo together with friends from different locations of caste, religion, and also different parts of the world. And this, of course, has happened. Sri Aurobindo's work has been translated into many languages. But at this moment, when the world is at a moment of evolutionary crisis, so our journey with life divine is also part of that continued journey of not only reading Sri Aurobindo, but being with Sri Aurobindo. And being with Sri Aurobindo also from our multiple locations and sadhana of the world and our mutual manifestation. It has been a joy being together here with all of us. In fact, beauty, as Foucault has once said, that when we visit a temple, we say, oh man, this lamp is such a wonderful work of art. But Foucault says, can each one of us realize ourselves as a wonderful work of art? So in a way, not only a seminar, a satsang, like our being together, is also an invitation for us to realize how each one of us, with our limitations and striving for perfection, is also a continuing work of art. And I wish to thank our friends, especially Professor Mishra. I remember the day when he kindly make a call and love and all friends. And let me offer these lines as my note of gratitude. And it goes like this. Divine Mother, a golden fish. O Divine Mother, I see you in clouds, a ray of light, a golden breeze to all our crying hearts, aspiring souls, co-laborers in an alchemy of transformation.
Thank you so much, Anantagiriji, for sharing your thoughts with us. And now I would like to ask and request our young participants to also share with us their thoughts. Anuradha Choudry, starting with you, and then Ramjit, and then Abhishek.
Yes, with respect to the CEO, starting from the CEO, then the VC and the convener, and the eminent portion and the delegates plus the young participants and those who are in the but when I was searching, I have a habit of searching for participation in the event. Actually, that's how I learned. Instead of going into the library, taking a book, going through the lines and sleeping at the third line or the second line, I don't go with such a methodology. I either hear some lectures the online after COVID period. Earlier, I have a practice of going to the seminars. A 1 hour seminar or an event is more than enough to come across a number of books. A 20-minute presentation of a speaker is a collection of not less than 10 books. So listening to a 10 speaker, it's a number of books we have come across. Though we remember or don't remember the books, at least the thoughts are. So I was learned in such a way, that's how our teachers have been guided us. And I take, wherever there is the label which I search, the key term which I search in the internet is ICPR sponsor event. Philosophy, ICPR, and dash. It fills whatever. So somehow Google helps me to insert, and then I come across the term Rishihood. It was mind-blowing, and I immediately registered without giving just giving some titles from the live event searching in the. I opened it, I found one content, double soul of the one, yes, fine. I registered. When practically I had a difficulty of coming here because due to the COVID situations, government is insisting of postponing the classes, then preponing the classes. Now even the exams are postponing and preponing. Something happening with the time schedules. So I requested the convener and the organizer that there's impossibility of reaching here, so better I'll be in the online. And immediately they started working. They haven't said they will think and they will consult someone. They simply said, yes, it's okay, it's up to you. We are ready to hear your thoughts. Then, but I was very much interested in not only seeing these terms in the website, but I want to experience here, Rishihood University, because I always have some sort of desire towards the North India, especially as from South India, because whenever I come towards North, I learn all this. It doesn't mean I'm not learning in the South, but something is happening more rather than what happens in the South. Specifically, philosophy is concerned. So I believed it will be fulfilled. Then I forcefully requested my HOD to recommend, and then to the principal permitted me, and they moved here on duty with this all these 7 days I got with the grace of Sri Aurobindo and all this privilege we have here. And all these 3 days, as ma'am said, everything is given beyond the limit, and we enjoyed it. And also, I special thanks I should mention the organizing committee and the VC and the CEO for admitting the young kid to have exposure towards what happens in the seminar and some sort of intellectual process. Finally, I thank everyone and the grace of the God for being invited for these 3 days, and I hope I'll be joining further also in gaining the knowledge from this. Thank you.
And nurturer of this dialogue, professional and all our friends present. It is said, seminar is the window of institution. Seminar is the window of the institution. And I have experience of JNU and JAMU. And I found seminar really helps us to read something very new and contemporary. In that spirit, this seminar is very fruitful. And seminar is not concerned with only seminar room. There was seminar in our dinner table. Yesterday there was seminar in our room, beautiful room. So, let's also develop a kind of institution. So seminar is a incomplete thing. It is a continued, should be a continued journey. So I would request Professor Mishra to compile at least a book of all our presentations. It was very insightful presentation and international level presentation. And it was a kind of interdisciplinary. And also I would request, let's have a kind of journal newsletters where we can develop kind of, you have learned public leadership. How we can inculcate a kind of traits of leadership. And because leadership is not a mechanical thing, it has some personality traits that needs to be developed. And that can be learned from the work of Vivekananda. So I think maybe next time we should again engage with the work of Sri Aurobindo, his approach, his mission and vision towards youth in Pakistan and development, particularly in the very place of institutional development, because we don't even discuss the idea of Sri Aurobindo towards the mission and institutional building. And this is your first conference offline. So Rishihood, the genesis of the world is very excellent, and you choose a very perfect man. So it's acceptable everywhere on this tour. And our responsibility is to nurture the vision and mission. Thank you.
I would like to thank the organizers, first of all. And I think probably for me, this is the first time I'm meeting so many Aurobindians or people who have been like either, working on Aurobindo for a long time. So for me, it's a very new experience, though I have been reading and even writing some of the papers on Sri Aurobindo. But this is probably the first time I have met, people who have been either associated with ashram or, writing or, following Sri Aurobindo's philosophy for like 30, 40, 50 years, and meeting sir who has studied there, and he has shared a lot of interesting story which I was not aware. So that was a great learning experience. And for Rishihood, I don't have a suggestion, but I know that because before coming to this field and in philosophy and psychology, I was working in startups. So I was sharing with Neelav also that he will learn a lot because I know what happens in the startup scenario. And Rishu is my best wishes to Rishihood, and we will come back again, hopefully. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Venkatachalam ji, Randhir ji, Abhijit ji, and all our invited speakers for sharing with us their thoughts and suggestions. And moving on now, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Shobhit Mathurji, to grace us with this.
Thank you, Neelav. Thank you, everyone, and for online and the ones, some of them had left earlier, to actually come to Rishihood and grace us, because as has been rightly said, this is 150 years of Sri Aurobindo's birth, at the same time 75 years of India's independence. We are fortunate to be born as an institution during this time. Not that it was planned this way, but if it has happened this time, then I'm sure there's some divine intervention there, that we have a divine purpose to fulfill, that we are as an institution taking birth at this very important time. Now, all of you have spoken about Rishihood and the promise that it represents, the very term Rishihood, the word it has come from Swami Vivekananda's words. So that also means it's not just for us a slogan, right? we would want to actualize it and make it happen. Many institutions might have a name, but it's not just a name. Name is also your identity. It defines your purpose. So when we started conceptualizing and wanting to make this happen, a lot has been said, but how do we actually bring it into higher education? Not that the answers are there out there. I like what you had just mentioned about if we have to look at the modern rishis, right? Primarily, the first name that could come to your mind is Sri Aurobindo and Swami Vivekananda. Now, their ideas, how do we bring it into a higher education institution? And not just as a elective, right? Which, okay, you have a course on Sri Aurobindo or we have a seminar here. My aspiration is that how do we bring all the knowledge that has been shared here into the institution and institutionalize it, okay? And I know very well that I am personally very incapable of doing it without the support of all the scholars and the great people who have come here and spoken. So I think as a next project that we can think of, Sampathji, as well, is that how do we bring this into an institutional form? That would mean, of course, I think it has been mentioned in terms of research, in terms of curriculum design, but I think it needs to go beyond that, because we just think of primarily the classroom when we think of an institution. The very principles on which the institution is formed, the governance structure of the institution, the culture of the institution, right, all the practices and processes of the institution, all of them should reflect that, and only then we would probably have Rishihood, right? In that sense, how can we build this? I think that is what is also lacking in many higher education institutions, right? So it's not that there have not been attempts to do this, but I think either it has been relegated as a subject to be studied separately, it has maybe there's a founder who had thought of a great idea, but somehow it didn't go through in the next generation of leaders that came in. But if we look at Rishihood, what we would want is maybe hundreds of years from now also, right, when people come to this institution and possibly are sitting in this room, the impact of what was discussed in the last 3 days gets institutionalized, that people can continue to experience it for a very long time. So how do we build an institution like that? That is the project that we are on. I would encourage if all of you think of it as your own project and make Rishihood a part of it in whatever you think of. Because such a thing is not going to be possible by a few people. Even possibly the people in this room are insufficient. We would need many more people. What I loved about the seminar, though I just came towards the end, is that typical seminars are people come, present a paper, and then go away. Somehow, I don't know if all of you have met before, but all of you feel like one. All of you feel like very good friends. I think because it is the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo and the words that is binding all of you. I think let's also embrace the institution in the same way. It is not any individuals or the founders, it is all of ours. And if we can think of it that way, and if we are able to put all our thoughts into building this, I think it is something somebody used the word experiment. Very interesting experiment that is being tried here. From an experiment to possibly a role model is the journey that we can make in our lifetimes. If we can show this as a model institution, many more institutions will possibly get inspired by this and take and build this. Right? So when we look around, we don't find too many. We will find different aspects in different institutions from which we can learn. If we could all bring it in and make something here, and then maybe over a period of a few decades, you will have many more institutions that come up inspired by these ideas. Once you have more institutions, obviously you have hundreds and thousands of students coming out of it, the research that comes out of it. I think that is also one way of fulfilling Sri Aurobindo's vision, right, of India's resurgence and what we have spoken about in various ways. So I think that would, at least personally for me, would be a contribution that I would want to make. Because being in this position of being an institution builder, that is the best gift probably I can give to the country. And I know that it is again not possible to do it alone and with the people we have, but would require all of your thoughts, energy to be a part of it. So I request all of you to continue. Though we are coming towards the end of this seminar, I think it's beginning in many ways. All of you could keep putting our minds and hearts together in building this place, I would be very grateful. Thank you. Thank you everyone.
So much, Shobhit Mathur sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for sharing with us your thoughts and motivating us and inspiring us by sharing the vision and aspiration of Rishihood University. And moving on, now I would like to invite Dr. Sachidananda Mishra ji, convener of this national seminar on the Herald of Life Divine, to give the vote.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Aurobindo. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramaswamy Subramony. Namaskar to all of you. So, before I give the vote of thanks, heartfelt gratitude to all of you present here. You came all the way. Spending your time, spending much energy of yours, preparing a paper, research paper, or any seminar. I know how difficult it is. Sometimes when I am approached that please attend our seminar, the first thing I say that I can't write a paper for you. I can go and then speak, but don't ask me to present a paper. That's very, very difficult. It's time consuming, and all of you have made that attempt of writing a paper and then sending it in time. So then we could send it to the ICPR as per their rule that we have to submit at least 9 papers before the seminar begins. So thank you for that. My association with Sri Aurobindo happened much late. I came in contact with Sri Aurobindo when I visited to Pondicherry on a study tour. That was our last spot, and our teacher was very kind enough to take us to Pondicherry and introduce some of the his works. He took us to the ashram. He took us to the bookshop. He took us to some of the seminars which were happening. My first lecture on Sri Aurobindo was from Nath Karniji. He was giving a lecture there in the hall where I attended that, and I was very inspired to see the new kinds of thoughts which my soul was aspiring for. There was I grew up studying all the traditional bhashyas, the traditional text, and orthodoxy had a lot of impact on me. To come out of that circle and think something new or accept something new was also a difficult task. In the Pondicherry year, I have suffered a lot because I was carrying that burden of orthodoxy, the burden of rituals and everything. It was painful at the same time. When I started living in Pondicherry and going through Sri Aurobindo's writing, there was a conflict. So what do? Neither I belong to the past, nor I belong to this. It was very painful period, but one day it had happened. Literally, I had to give up my past, literally give it up. And there was a total acceptance of Sri Aurobindo and the mother. And it was a very beautiful moment when I just moved on the beach like a free bird, that I have been liberated. That experience was very, very different. And from that day onwards, I'm captured by Sri Aurobindo. Every word of his inspires. Every word of, I don't read the whole book. I take a simple passage, reflect on it, go very deep into sometimes single word. And then what really attracted me, the amount of original words that Sri Aurobindo has used throughout his writing. More than 3,000 Sanskrit words are used in his writings as that it cannot be translated. This is true. And if anyone has shown to the world what does it mean by a non-translatable or untranslatable, it was Sri Aurobindo for the first time showed to the world that this cannot be translated. They have to be experienced, realized with it. So with that, when I took up study of Sri Aurobindo, my first thing was that there are so many learned people here. When I went there first, so many learned people. We could meet Nadkarniji, we could meet Maheshwariji, giants. They're not intellectual giants. And today we were talking about we have to go beyond intellect, transformed intellect. And they were people of that kind, transformed intellect. Today we're studying and trying to understand what it is, and they were the living examples of transformed intellect. You hear about Nalini Gupta, you hear about MP Pandit, you hear about, Kapali Shastri, A.B. Purani, Kishore Gandhi, Jugal Mukherjee. So from Sri Aurobindo's time till the modern time, where am I? And then what should I do? What is my work here? I'm just a student. And everyone who comes in contact with Sri Aurobindo will feel that I'm an eternal student of Sri Aurobindo. There's no end to it. 37 volumes, 36 volumes of content, and 36 lives can go, but still it's so vast. So in that context, what struck to me, that initial study of Sri Aurobindo, so when I came, I just spent time reading it. And my interest was foundations of Indian culture. My interest was in the secret of the Veda, in the essays on the Gita and the Upanishads, and his early cultural writings on Indian culture or the Veda or Sanskrit, like that. But never to synthesis, never to Savitri, never to even today, I don't dare to enter into Savitri or talk about Savitri. I have not been deep. I have studied. I have read Savitri like, the mother says that do a Parayanam of it. So every morning, like, just read it, open yourself. But I've never dared to speak about Savitri. To some extent, about synthesis of yoga. To some extent, about life divine. But never Savitri. Savitri is the Veda of the future. So in future, maybe in some other life, I feel that. And those who have been speaking are fortunate enough and blessed enough. So my research started with like what Sri Aurobindo's, what is Sri Aurobindo's contribution to Sanskrit, being a student of Sanskrit. So I found out that there were people, I'm talking about in the year 95 when I went to Pondicherry to settle. So during that time, there was not much writing about Sri Aurobindo's contribution to Sanskrit language, Sanskrit literature. There were some writings, say by Premananda Kumar on Indian culture, Nadkarniji. So on foundations of Indian culture, there were people who had written, but not his contribution to Sanskrit. So this is where I spent maximum time, and then found that his contribution to Sanskrit and the literature can be classified into like what he has done for language. And let me give you one example, like what Sri Aurobindo has done for the language. It is a mystery yet. We know Sri Aurobindo as a Mahayogi, we know Sri Aurobindo as a, sometimes do in the academia we talk about Sri Aurobindo as a philosopher, Sri Aurobindo as a poet, though he himself has denied yet not denied to become a philosopher. So we talk about him as an extreme political leader on the extreme side. We talk about him as the one of the greatest poets, a spiritual master, everything, the greatest scientist. The amount of scientific knowledge that we discover in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri, in Sri Aurobindo's writings. I mean, many scientists would bow down before him, that how such a rishi could reveal such deep, profound scientific truth without any experimentation in any lab. So he himself was a lab, and then he didn't call his ashram as an ashram, he called it as a human laboratory. What could be a more scientific temperament than this, to call one's own ashram as a human laboratory? Every human being, every sadhak there is put into test. So his contribution to philology is not yet recognized. Sri Aurobindo is one of the greatest philologists. He has given to the whole world a new science of language, which is never taught anywhere. When he came in contact with the Veda in Pondicherry, he had acquaintance with Upanishads, with Ramayana, Mahabharata, with Panini, with all kinds of literature available, but not with the Veda before he came to Pondicherry. And when he came in contact with the Tamil language and then found correlation of those with Greek, Latin, and those words were to be found out, the root words to be found out, then he turned to the Veda. So he accepts that my acquaintance with the Tamil language, it gave a different, drishtikon. He turned to the Veda. And then once he turned to the Veda, what he found out, that Veda was a confirmation to his earlier spiritual realities. Before he came to the Veda, he had already the realization of Ila, Saraswati, Mahi, Bharati, Dakshina, all these deities belonging to the higher faculties, the supramental faculties of consciousness. So, Sri Aurobindo, when he came in contact with the, so I'll just conclude saying his experience and why Sri Aurobindo needs to be studied with all seriousness, is that Sri Aurobindo talking about the Veda to Subramanya Bharati is explaining the Veda to A.V. Purani. They were the giant figures in the Veda. The Veda was at the tip of their hand. They were entirely deep into the Veda. And in one of the settings, Subramanya Bharati asked Sri Aurobindo, tell me which aspect of the Veda we have not studied. Very deep into the Veda. And we are sitting and listening it from you. And everything that you speak is new. Where from you are getting it? Because it's not there in any class. So he simply said, Sri Krishna has shown a new science of language. Sri Krishna has shown a new science of language, based on this, a new interpretation of the Veda. And what is that new science of language? He has not only experimented that or found that new science of language and explained it in his Secret of the Veda. Based on that new science of language, he has not only interpreted the Veda, but every writing of Sri Aurobindo is a reflection of that new science of language, what he received in a little bit from. So so it's a different language. So like if we want to understand Sri Aurobindo, we have to, that human consciousness has to open itself to that higher consciousness which can be in tune with or aligned with that new science of language. Which is in every word, in every line, one can see that new science of language, going back to the root sound. And everywhere, the attempt of Sri Aurobindo's philology was to find out, to discover the fundamental experiences of the humanity where all can be united, all can be united. So in that context, so we started working for last 2.5 decades. I have been studying Sri Aurobindo in my own capacity, in my own, whatever little understanding I have, I share with others. And also to spread, to take his teaching to others, to contextualize it, especially in the academy. This has been my soul's aspiration, that how do we bring Sri Aurobindo to a greater mass and then contextualize it, so that the relevance of Sri Aurobindo's teaching is realized and then people have more acceptance of this. So in that context, I came here, I did whatever work I wished to do, whatever mother wished to do it through me in Pondicherry. Now it's a new role which I have taken up here. And I came with this aspiration that this university, my condition with them when I came here, that I want to do something of Sri Aurobindo. And we must, and my heart really gets filled in with gratitude, immense gratitude, that there was a total acceptance by Shobhit, by Sahil, by others who were there. Yes, You do whatever you want to do because Sri Aurobindo, we want you. This is how Sri Aurobindo, it is not me who has come here. It's Sri Aurobindo who has chosen this place to be here. The mother has chosen it. So they have spoken through them. They have given them that strength, and I again seek the blessings of Sri Aurobindo and the mother to give them more strength so that the aspiration with which they have built this institute, it grows more in the light of Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, and the mother, and rest of the spiritual masters and all the rishis. So with these words, so I my role here is to again not giving thanks but expressing gratitude to all those who are involved in making it possible. Without Sri Aurobindo's and mother's grace and the rishis' blessings, nothing will move. So our first gratitude is to all the rishi parampara, all the spiritual masters, and Sri Aurobindo and the mother, that they have somewhere worked out within us that such a thing should happen. And it will have a greater message to others, and it will have a greater impact in the long run. Then we have the entire support from this institute, whole acceptance, whole support, full support. Nothing is denied, nothing is compromised. No quality should be compromised. Anything, yes, it is. And you all are feeling that. No one can say that, okay, this was not done, this is not done. Why? I didn't have to encounter with any faculty or any department here. No, this is not possible. Yes, sir, it will be done. Anyone, it will be done. It will be done, and it is done. So when you have such kind of support, you hardly get support. Another thing, the uniqueness of this seminar. In most of the seminars, we have a crowd. And like Sri Aurobindo's work cannot be done in crowd. It has to be done in a more reflective, meditative. In every seminar, every speaker gets 10 to 15 minutes with a hurry. No, sir, please end, please end. We were selected.
Excellent.
Selected. Everyone got sufficient time, more than one. You speak, complete, good discussion. Everything happened, like we had enough time to discuss, to explain. And no one also complained that I was not given. Only one person we didn't allow because we didn't find that kind of sincerity in Sri Aurobindo's work. So when that sincerity is lacking, they themselves will not like. So it was automatically dropped, one person. So, and I have to, truly be grateful to the divine for bringing us in contact with some young souls like Nila or Saurabh. They're truly choosing, very good choosing souls. And you all see that.
Of course.
And I'm sure they will be growing through this organization, growing through their dedication. It is their dedication, sincerity, which will definitely help them.
The first-rate event managers.
Yes. Absolutely. And then background, we have our whole marketing team and marketing team, our design team. Like the first day you expressed that what kind of perfection they have actually. They have
aesthetic
presentation, the aesthetic sense. Yeah. So they need to be, encouraged, and our expression of gratitude to them. And there are plenty, and to all of you who have come here, been here, without a single word of complaint from anyone. So it's really a joyful 3-day journey and a very unique kind of seminar. I feel happy that our dream fulfilled. Thank you. In this context, what could be a better way of giving a tribute to Sri Aurobindo in 150 years and 75 years of India, for which Sri Aurobindo did immense tapasya to liberate it. It was the Bharat Mata doing her yoga through Siva. And that gets fulfilled with such aspiring souls coming together, sitting together, invoking their presence and talking about their work. Mila? What next? We conclude? So we conclude. Formally, we conclude this seminar, and then we maintain 1 minute of silence and invoke the presence of Sri Aurobindo Mother and the rishis of this land to help us, guide us, and give us the light. As Sri Aurobindo said, not a lamp to the forest on the way to the forest, but a true light which can truly guide our soul and lead us towards that greatest future which they have seen. Oh. So, yes, it is concluded, but I wanted to give a link and so just one thought that I want to give something for reflection. On the first day, there was a constant reference by Kundan on the mind as a lake. If you remember his talk. So this is where I would like to read a small poem by one Vinod Deshmukh, friend of the whole Vedantic, the epistemology that we are studying. The whole Vedantic thought and what Sri Aurobindo has presented, and the reference was made to mind as a lake. So this is where I'm giving a kind of thought or idea to be reflected upon, so we can go with this. And in the first day, Kundan mentioned about the mind as a lake. So this is where I'm reading out a beautiful poem capturing this Vedantic idea of epistemology. A friend of mine, Vinod Deshmukh, this is a river. The title of the poem is A River and a Lake. This is a river is a lake that is in a hurry to reach the ocean. River is a lake that is in a hurry to reach the ocean. A lake is a river that pauses to look at the blue sky. A river carves out of time and knows the time. A lake reflects on eternity and knows the timeless. A skillful mind can flow like a river and stand still like a lake. It depends upon the terrain it faces at the present moment. It lives with joy and spontaneity, sometimes like a river and at times like a lake.
Congratulations. Nilesh also, 3 cheers for Nila. I'm sorry, it's time corrected. And to your team. Very well done. For Mother's Grace and whatever.